out of Knoxville, Tennessee in the Crimson and Clover, the 1967 Camaro. He's going to occupy the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane, that's going to be his name keeps escaping me. Ben Rivers back with us racing again after a little while off. Ben's out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. He's an elementary school teacher driving that Coronet right there in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He calls that car the Snake Doctor. And Ronnie Jones in the Crimson and Clover out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Good running Camaro right there. Looks like Ben Rivers has a little bit of a problem coming that car, so it looks like Ronnie gonna have a single as he goes down in first round of qualifying. Unfortunately, Ben Rivers is gonna have to try to get that car fixed. He had a little bit of problems last night, so still trying to shake it down after coming back after a good long hiatus that he has not been running with us in the Southeast Gassers. Robin Harris bringing up Ronnie Jones here as he gets ready to make the first pass down this racetrack today here at Gulfport, Mississippi. Tons of tire spin right there for Ronnie Jones. So hopefully that'll clear up here for those 7-inch. You know, once again, I need to let you know, I told the crew out last night, if you're here, you have to bear with me. I don't know who's new today or not, but our Superstock division runs on a Mickey Thompson 7-inch spec tire that they have to run here in Superstock division. So some people choose the lightweight, small motor combination to try to get that 7-inch tire to hook up. You have some people who have in the past had a big car, big cubic inch combination, thinking, you know, that they'll make that car stick with that. So that's the big equalizer here in this category is the tire. Next up, John Wise out of Attica, New York in the Gold Rush. Quick time performance right lane, and in the Larice Motorsports left lane, going to be last night's runner-up, Bryant Dalton Sr. in the 63 Ford Falcon Futura that he calls the Dalton Gang.
You know, David, coming up here in the left lane, the Dalton Gang, looks like he's got a little modification back there on that right quarter panel.
Yeah, that happened up at Knoxville, Tennessee Dragway. He does a lot of testing up there as he is from the Sevierville, Tennessee area. That track only about 30 minutes from him. They said it got a little bit squirrely on the big end with him down there, and he put a little character mark on the back right there.
Yeah, I'd assume. Looks like the front, too, but it might be hard to find a replacement quarter panel for something like that.
Especially in the all-metal category.
Right.
Make sure you remember, drivers, the cones on the side of the wall right there indicate our quarter mile. So if you run past that, you take a chance of injuring your motor, because I know you're not geared for a quarter mile. This is a track that can be raced to a quarter mile, but we have the cones on the wall down there indicating your eighth of mile. All right, Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina, in the street legal, a 65 Chevrolet. He's going to be occupying the QuickTime Performance right lane. And in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that's going to be Alan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama. Lovelady in a car that he calls the Underdog, that 1967 Camaro. Got a lot of interested parties out there on that starting line checking it out. Ken Rainwater out there, B-Gas runner-up from last night, current points leader in our B-Gas category. He got a little bit of his lead shaved down. He only holds a 10-point lead over Ted McKe, who won the race last night in B-Gas, as we get ready for our next two in Superstock. Tony Nowosadzki going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side in his 1956 Chevy that he calls the Public Enemy. He's out of Gardendale, Alabama. Then we got Don Wilmot out of Decatur, Georgia in his 66 Mustang. If you know Don Wilmot, that Mustang is exactly the character of Don Wilmot. Very subdued, very calculated. He's not here about the flash or the panache. He's here about the racing. Great guy right there. Been with us for several years in the Southeast Gassers. He has definitely made some improvements in the performance of that 66 Mustang in that time. You know, I know we're just in qualifying, and I know it's just first round, but that was 0.04 of a second difference margin of victory down there at the stripe. Only 0.04 of a second difference separated those two cars. That is incredibly tight, and racing's going to be just as tight here today as we move on. So Jerry Dean, the man that's leading the points and the winner from last night's event here in Superstock in the last Rebel 2, he'll be in the QuickTime Performance right lane in his first round of qualifying. And Rob Walden out of Doraville, Georgia, in his 63 Biscayne will be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side.
Right now we got Jeff out there, our man on the trigger on the starting line, picking up some debris. Something fell off one of the cars, and he's going to go down and check it out. And also, we were talking about some interesting people on the starting line. Fans, you see these ladies out there, those are the backup girls, or the bugs. Now, we call them bugs. We don't mean anything mean by it, but that's the acronym for backup girl. And we're going to throw a microphone down later and let them do some introductions and interviews, and we'll get to know them a little bit better as the day goes on. But those girls, they work their tails off. I can't tell you how many steps they put on the stepometer.
I tell you, the pedometers on those ladies right there, they indicate thousands upon thousands of steps per day, and they're doing it out here to help these drivers get into their tracks and you know, they add to the show as well. Very much a technical part of our show. Thank you, Monty, for that. Please. Be gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Be gas. We need you in the lanes, please. Dean gets there first, but Rob Walden definitely shaving some time down as Rob Walden trying to make some performance improvements. Got those Gary Williams carburetors on that car now. I know that's a new combination with Gary Williams carburetors. So that has definitely picked up the pace right there for the Strychnine, that 63 Biscayne. We get ready to move into our C-Gas category. C-Gas is going to be the first gasser that you see with a straight axle. We got straight axles in C, B, and A gas. Superstock does not have to have those, but these cars in C-Gas will weigh 10 pounds per cubic inch of displacement, as all of our classes are based on a weight per cubic inch situation. The C-Gas will have to weigh 10 pounds per cubic inch, and they'll come your way around the corner in just a moment. We need B-Gas in the lanes. B-Gas, we need you in the lanes now. All right, gray Georgia racer John Leidick in his gray car sits over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane as he gets ready to go in his 57 Chevy here in first round of qualifying for C-Gas. Waiting on Rick Taylor to come in that beautiful 59 Corvette that he calls Still Another Maverick. So he comes over and he gets into the right lane. I tell you what, there's just something about, Monty, there is just something about that Corvette, that first generation Corvette that I just can't get enough of.
You know, I was typing the information in the computer last night, and I saw the name, Still a Maverick. I said, okay, well, that's a Ford Maverick, but I was thinking, I didn't think they made those in '67, so I still wasn't sure, but now I understand the name of the Vet. But yes, it is a beautiful piece of machinery out there.
Rick Taylor makes the pull all the way here from Phoenix, Arizona in the Stella Maverick, as well as he makes all our races. So you can imagine the miles that he's putting on his transporter as he comes to the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee, here in Mississippi, and runs with the Southeast Gassers.
So who's your farthest pull here to the Gulf Coast?
It would probably be he or Greg Stelz from Wapaka, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, right, okay.
Man, Rick Taylor's car moves hard to the middle right there. So he does a good job of keeping it out of that the way of John Leidick. No collision there, and keeps it off the wall as well. So he'll throw all his eggs in one basket and come back in second round to try to make a qualifying run here in SEGA. All right, in the quick time performance right lane, that's going to be Heath Adams out of Greenville, South Carolina in the Rusty Bullet. Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for Adams in that 53 Chevy. In the 62 Chevy 2 wagon in the left lane, the Larice Motorsports insurance lane, that's going to be Jaron Perdue. Jaron Perdue is our current points leader in SEGA, also possessing a Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood of that car. These small block Chevys that Fulton produces right there, he tells his guys, you got to turn them if you're going to get the performance out of them. And these two guys will rev it up there, stick it about 10-5 on the tack, sidestep the clutch, and let it eat. So I will back out of here when they get all staged up and let you hear what a beautiful symphony it'll be between these two motors. I'm telling you something right now, folks. Heath Adams in that Rusty Bullet has continued to shave elapsed times down, and 0.04 of a second was the margin right there as the Perdue in the wagon got there first. But I'm telling you what, I ain't never seen a 53 Chevy move that quick out of the hole, and that Gene Fulton power is one of the things that helps it do that. Next two guys up in the box right now. Over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that's going to be Tony Tagenhorst. He's out of Columbiana, Ohio, in his car called the Wasted Wages. That's a 63 Chevy 2. Ross race engine underneath the hood, 302 cubic inches for him. And then we have the man that sits number 2 in points right now in our SEGA category. That is Ernie Smith. He sits in the quick time performance right lane in his 66 Chevy 2 4-door. Todd Hertel race engine under the hood for Ernie Smith. Ernie got that wings, etc. of Boiling Springs, Woodfin Towing, and Priority Heating and Air on the side of that Saturday night special of Ernie Smith. Ernie Smith throws a little 0.25 on the light right there as he's working every time he can to get better out here, and he's been doing it for over 100 races consecutively with the Southeast Gassers. Ernie Smith always thirsting to be better as he gets out here in first round of competition, first round of qualifying today. Here's a matchup of last night's finals right here, and we find it in the first round of qualifying. The 67 Rambler of Tim Hall, the 2022 and 23 world champion. Tim Hall going to be in the quick time performance lane out of Abbeville, South Carolina. He's going to go down the track alongside of Todd Oden from Birmingham, Alabama, in that 58 Delray that he calls the Double X. One-Way Technologies providing the horsepower for the Double X. Tim Hall builds his own motors right there at Tim Hall Engineering in Abbeville. Can't remember if he told me he has a 310 cubic inch in there or if it's a 301 cubic inch this weekend. Tim Hall with an incredible showmanship, show of sportsmanship last night, waiting on Todd Oden for a little while longer than most people would, as Oden had some problems getting in and staged. And then Oden went on a narrow victory over Todd Oden lays down a great number, almost exactly what he laid down last night in the finals. But that'll take Todd Oden to the top right there of our C-Gas as we've got more cars coming. We need A-Gas to the lanes. A-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please, for your first round of qualifying. A-Gas to the lanes, please.
So left lane coming up right now. Alfred Adams in the Damn It Bob car over there. Looks like a 55. Right lane, the Southern Sizzler. Brad Wimberly.
That's right, Monty. Alfred Adams out of Clover, South Carolina, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane in his 55. And the Quick Time Performance lane occupied by, as you said, Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler out of McDonough, Georgia. Brad Wimberly having some terminal problems right there. Don't know what happened in that run right there. We're getting preliminary reports it may be an axle that's broken in that car. If that is the case, we're going to have to be down to clean it up for just a little while.
And while we're checking the track here real quick, going to remind you, we got a golf cart out here next to the picket fence. The golf cart next to the picket fence. If you can move back behind the picket fence, please. You guys are blocking our VIP handicap section. So please, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We also have the Full Throttle Grill open in the center of the pit area. Full Throttle Grill. We've got a beer stand out there. We got Bud Light, Busch Light, Michelob Ultra, all the Coca-Cola products going on. And the hot food, we got Kevin's Barbecue down here at the base of the tower. We got the snowball stand. We got the, right here between the grandstands and the tower, we got the Southeast Gassers trailer with the Summit tent. They got their official swag and merch going on over there. Get signed up. We got the snowball stand open. We got Tony's Food Wagon over on the spectator side. The black trailer right there just left of the starting line. I think we got a single coming around the corner here right now.
That single is going to be Bill Wilson out of Gaffney, South Carolina, in his 49 Studebaker truck called the Troublemaker. This truck, a multiple-time winner already in C-Gas in his career with the Southeast Gassers. He's got a Gene Fulton 292 underneath the hood of that car, of that truck that's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Yeah, Bill Wilson making the trek all the way down here from Gaffney, South Carolina to be here for Cruising the Coast. Robin Harris out front of that 49 Studebaker truck, bringing him up to the beams. Back home where we're from in the Carolinas, it's in the 50s. We're loving being down here in this beautiful Mississippi Gulfport weather. Got some people working on some tans so they can keep them a little bit longer before the winter time hits officially. Whoa! That truck breaks loose as he gets into second gear right there. I think Bill Wilson saw some guardrail out his left side window. So Bill Wilson gonna abort that run right there, try to figure out what went wrong. Maybe got guys down there with the mops taking care of it. I can't say enough about this track crew right here at Gulfport, Mississippi. They giving our guys a good surface to be on. They're very adamant about keeping it clean and safe. We really appreciate you guys more so than you'll ever know. The unsung heroes that make a racetrack go and make a race show really stand out is your track crew, and they're doing a great job. We got owners down there. We got guys who, you know, just employees. It doesn't matter. They're all in it together.
So Dave, I guess they're not just here for the beer.
Or those nice Hawaiian shirts they got on.
Yeah, or the barbecue. I guess we got good barbecue.
I'm here for the barbecue. I hope those guys saved me a plate. I tell you what, they were cooking it down there earlier, and it smelled scrumptious.
Well, you know, that Kevin's barbecue down there, we're going to send out, Kevin, we love you.
There's not that many steps to get up here to us, Kevin. We need our A-gassers to the lane, please. A-gas to the lanes, please. B-gas, you should already be there, and we need A-gas to the lanes, please.
Race fans, we've got some giveaways to give out to people. We got some prizes. I think we got some orbital polishers out there. We've got some hats and merch from Gulfport Dragway. So we're going to get some participation. Last night we had one guy from Honolulu, Hawaii out here, and he got some prizes. The grandstand, that big concrete pad out there, that's our donut pad and drifting pad. Had a lot of fun with that Thursday night.
You know, Monty, I've never seen a nitrous bottle toss competition, but I did put it in my repertoire. I like it.
Yeah, and 50-50 raffle. Miss Deanna down there walking along. She's in her blue golf cart, going up and down the fence lines and out in the pits and back there in the spectator side. 50-50 raffle.
And keep in mind that 50-50 raffle is part of the Racing for Awareness breast cancer. That money is going to be contributed to that fund of Courtney Smith. So when you're buying those 50-50 tickets, dig deep and buy plenty.
What did they win last night? $20 in their pocket.
All right, B-gas, 8 pounds per cubic inch of displacement right here in these two beautiful red cars. Well, one's not necessarily a car that you see before you. A little panel van right here of Kelvin Cannon out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, the loose cannon as he calls it. Going to go down the track alongside last night's runner-up and current points leader, Ken Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama. Rainwater over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Kelvin Cannon in the quick time performance right lane as these two red race cars get ready to go down the racetrack. Kelvin Cannon in the top 5 in points in B-gas right now. Well, Rainwater had to replace an engine overnight, and still not too bad off the number. They'll keep adjusting on that one as qualifying goes on into the day. But Kelvin Cannon gets to the stripe down there. Nice run for Kelvin Cannon, putting him in there. All right, next to a pair of Alabama racers right here. First up, John McLaughlin into 48, Anglia, the disorderly conduct. He'll be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side. And that is the 21-year-old Michael Oden right there in his double down two. He hails out of Birmingham, Alabama. His mom, Gina, right out in front of the car, backing her son up. One-Way Technologies providing the power for that double down two, which admittedly had a pretty uncharacteristic night last night. Terrible qualifying. I think he may even went out in the first round. They were having some problems with the clutch in that car. But Michael Oden was the event winner last year down here at Gulfport Dragway for his first ever win.
That's a pretty short wheelbase over there in that left lane. Disorderly conduct.
Michael Oden and Todd Oden will be very happy with that run right there, as that gets them right back into the ball game of where they need to be competitive in this B-gas field. Art Jones from Elizabeth, Arkansas, coming up next in the 37 Chevy, the Mini Quick 3. He'll be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And in the right lane, the Quick Time Performance lane, that'll be Campobello, South Carolina racer Mike Blackwell in the 55 Thunderbird that he calls the Thunderstruck. Art Jones over there in the left lane, 374 cubic inches of One-Way Technology power under the hood for him. Mike Blackwell, 319 cubic inches of small block Chevy under the hood for him. Seven hundredths of a second, the margin of victory right there, if that would have been in eliminations. Those two guys got down the track really well. That was a good-looking drag race, and what you can expect, that and even closer as the day continues here, because you are seeing the best in nostalgia drag racing, and that is the Southeast Gasser Association. It is heads-up starts, first to the finish line wins, and if you lose, you load your ride. Still continuing on in B-Gas right here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. That's going to be Greg Adams out of Winchester, Tennessee in the Hillbilly Hoodlum. And in the right lane, that's going to be Wayne Swafford out of Fingerville, South Carolina in his 66 Chevy 2. He calls that car Leroy. I got corrected. I thought I had the story right last night, but he told me that the reason the car's named Leroy is because of that song Bad, Bad Leroy Brown. And that car has won multiple times here in the Southeast Gassers with Gene Fulton Power underneath the hood. He said after the last couple of races, he's going to start calling it the bunny rabbit because it keeps jumping up and down as he lifts the front tires off the ground. It keeps bouncing going down the racetrack. Hopefully he can get that worked out right here in first round of qualifying here today. That's a lot of bouncing for a quick elapsed time right there. That's got to be a little bit sphincter tightening for Wayne Swafford. But he handles it well. Last night's winner coming around the corner right here, Ted McKe out of Lenoir City, Tennessee, in the car that he calls the Rocky Top Missile. He's going to occupy that Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his Blake Housley built race car. Gene Fulton Power Plant under the hood. He's going to go down the track in the first round alongside Charlie Lee from Sparta, Tennessee. 322 cubic inches of small block underneath the hood of that Mustang. Great views right there from Charlie Lee's car as he does a burnout right there. I don't know what's going on here with telling him to cut it off. Oh man, looks like got a little backfire in the carburetor right there for Ed McKe. Like they're going to be pushing it back. Last night's winner, that'd be a tough break right there to last night's winner, and he closes the points gap on Ted McKe down to 10 points. Hopefully that's going to be nothing that's going to keep him out of competition. Another good elapsed time right there by Charlie Lee. That's going to keep him in that top 5. A-Gas, you should be ready to go. Talking about our A-Gas category, folks, if you're new with us today or haven't seen the Southeast Gassers, our A-Gas category is the fastest category that we have here in the Southeast Gassers. They run on a weight per cubic inch of 6 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. So making these cars the lightest and fastest that we have. You're going to see a lot of combinations. We got one small block combination driven by Kenneth Phillips, 385 cubic inch in a little 58 Corvette, and it really hauls the mail down the racetrack. But a lot of times you got guys with big blocks. Got a lot of big blocks out here from the 451 cubic inch category all the way to the 477 cubic inch category that you'll see in A-Gas. I'm calling AFX to the lanes, please. AFX, we need you to the lanes, please. All right, so it looks like Ted McKe is not going to make a pass right now. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car fixed and ready for round number 2 of qualifying. We're going to move on to our A-Gas category right here as they are the next ones around the corner. Once again, like I said, 6 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. And we have the current points leader, who's also the defending world champion. He sits right here in the quick time performance right lane. That's Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet. Last night's #1 qualifier, and the man chasing him in points, sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, and that's Chase Howard out of Greer, South Carolina. Oddly enough, both of these guys possess 477 cubic inch Gene Fulton power plants underneath the hood. The 55 Chevy is what the Chick Magnet has chosen as his car of choice. 67 Chevelle Super Sport is the car of choice for Chase Howard in the USA 1. Brent Howard backing up his brother, as he always does, putting him dead in his tracks, and will bring him up to the line. Chase Howard yesterday set a new elapsed time record of 5.16. I want to make sure I did that. Yeah, 5.14 elapsed time is the fastest elapsed time record in Southeast Gasser history in A gas, and it is owned by the car that sits in the left lane. Tell you what, not too far off of that right now in the heat of the day here in Gulfport, Mississippi. But what a great run by Chase Howard. And if you guys follow the Southeast Gassers and our live feeds, you know that Howard put that car on its top in Knoxville Dragway just a couple of races, or just a race ago. They have that car back together and ready to go and fight it out with Leslie Horn for this championship in 2025. With a full track burnout. 8th mile burnout for Barry Lynn. Folks, put your hands together as he backs that little red wagon back up through there. He's looking for some applause out of you. What a burnout for the little red wagon. Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina. That 65 Chevelle two-door wagon, affectionately called the Little Red Wagon. 477 cubic inches of par race engine underneath the hood for him. If those Mickey Thompsons aren't good and sticky now, I don't know what would be. He's going to go down the track alongside last night's winner, Greg Stelz. Stelz punched his ticket for the first time ever in competition with the Southeast Gassers, after making the trek to all our events for 3 years in a row out of his home in Wapaka, Wisconsin. Stelz getting a little bit out of shape, but he pulls it back into gear and or into shape and gets back into groove. Barry Lynn and Greg Stelz putting on a good drag race right there. 0.03 of a second was the margin at the stripe, but we are just in qualifying. Two great friends about to go down the track alongside each other. These guys, along with myself and a few others, we try to have lunch as much as we can together. Ben Christopher out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. As I was saying, Ben Christopher out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, he'll occupy the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 67 Chevelle, or 66 Chevy 2, the Happy Days. 477 cubic inches of Jason Line big block power underneath the hood for him. Then we got Dean Jonas out of Mount Holly, North Carolina, who works in the Spartanburg, South Carolina area for Tommy Mooney at TM Race Cars. He's got his car called the Agent Orange, another 66 Chevy too, sitting right here in the Quick Time Performance right lane. Ben Christopher takes it right to the top of A gas qualifying so far here today with a blistering pace. All right, and the aforementioned Kenneth Phillips. And the aforementioned Kenneth Phillips in that 58 Corvette sits in the Quick Time Performance right lane. 385 cubic inches of small block Chevy out of the House of Power on Highway 221 that is known as Fulton Race Engines. He's going to go down the track alongside Brad Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee in the Wild Child, the 1941 Willis.
Now, Dave, I know that you're a fan of blue cars, and that is one gorgeous piece of engineering over there, that Wild Child over there.
It sure is, and I tell you, Brad Henry, he has had that thing up in the air last night doing some incredible wheel stands. Matter of fact, I think I would have backed out of it a couple of times, but man, he legged it on down the racetrack. He definitely has a lot going for him in that race car. 0.02 of a second, the margin at the stripe between those two cars. And once again, I know it's just qualifying, but that's what kind of razor thin margins of victory you're going to see here as we continue in competition today. I want to give a big shout out to all our military veterans. If you are a military veteran, we salute you and we thank you for your service to our country, because we don't take those values lightly. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock, we need you to the lanes, please, for your second round of qualifying.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age.
All right, our AFX cars out here. Hadn't had a chance to tell you a lot about what the AFX category is. AFX category is the A-gas factory experimental car, meaning it was a factory experimental car. It did not really take off as well as was wanted by the NHRA and other sanctioning bodies, but they quickly moved from this car to the flip-top funny cars. So these cars were the predecessor to the flip-top funny cars. And right now, you know, as we race them here, they're mechanically fuel injected on methanol. So these cars run on methanol. They're not a gasser. And you have, over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, you have the Dixie Twister driven by Rob Walden. And then you have the Southern Comfort in the Quick Time Performance lane of Todd Wimberly. Wimberly, the winner last night in AFX. But Walden backs out of it about 3/4 of track after that 330 mark. Hopefully that's nothing terminal. He just had a designed stop right there. Todd Wimberly was our winner last night in that Southern Comfort car, and he leads our point standings right now in our 2025 Chase to a Championship. All right, to catch everybody up on what happened in qualifying, let's go to Superstock. Superstock qualifying round number 1, led by Jerry Dean in the last Rebel. John Wise in the number 2 hole, followed by Rob Walden in the Strychnine. Bryant Dalton Sr. holds down the 4 slot. Tony Nowosadski in the 5 slot. Kenny Phillips is going to check in at the number 6 slot in the Street Legal. Don Wilmot 7th. Ronnie Jones in the Crimson and Clover 8th. Alan Lovelady in the Underdog 9th. And Ben Rivers going to be 10th in after round number 1. Seagas, things really heating up in there. Todd Oden, your number 1 qualifier after round number 1, followed by Jaron Purdue. Heath Adams in the Rusty Bullet holds down the 3 slot, followed by Ernie Smith and Tony Tagenhorst in the number 5 slot in the Wasted Wages. 6th, last night's runner-up Tim Hall. 7th is going to be Alfred Adams in the Dammit Bob. 8th position held down by John Leidick. Rick Taylor follows him in the 9th slot. And rounding out the top 10 is Billy Wilson in the Troublemaker. Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler will be 11th. And Diana Casto, unable to make the call, is 12th. We need Superstock to the lanes, please. Superstock to the lanes now, please. So B-Gas, we want to give you the qualifying times in B-Gas. That's led by Wayne Swafford in the Leroy after round number 1. Charlie Lee going to hold down the 2 slot, followed by Michael Oden in the Double Down 2. Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck. Mark Jones in the Mini Quick. Greg Adams in the Hillbilly Hoodlum. Ken Rainwater in the Renegade. John McLaughlin in the Disorderly Conduct, and having trouble and not making a pass but holding that 10th slot down is last night's winner, Ted McKe. Superstock and Seagas, we need you in the lanes now, please. Superstock and Seagas, we need you in the lanes now, please, for your second round of qualifying.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves. Here at QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
All right, folks, welcome back in. We are ready to go with A Gas getting ready to come around the corner. I'm sorry, we just finished up A Gas. We're moving over to Super Stock for round number 2 of qualifying right here today. So after round number 1, Jerry Dean is the class of the field in the last Rebel 2. But John Wise serving notice as he's moved up and continues to improve his program. And Rob Walden in the top 3. Any of those guys right there could be there for the taking against Jerry Dean. Getting some water in the water boxes as we get ready to put them around the corner. We're just waiting on the word to go. We need C-Gas to get to the lanes. C-Gas, we need y'all to get to the lanes. This is your second call, C-Gas. Put them in the lanes, fellas. All right, they're fired up. There's Alan Lovelady going to be in the quick time performance right lane in his underdog. That's 67 Camaro out of Hayden, Alabama. Attica, New York is where John Wise hails from, and he's going to be in the Gold Dust over there in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. John Wise has really been making some events here lately and improving his game. And that's what happens when you are able to attend these events. You can stay sharp and stay competitive. Shannon Lovelady, her Alan's wife, going to bring him up to the beams right there in her beautiful checkered flag overalls. I like those. Those are pretty darn cool. Robin Harris going to bring up John Wise to the starting line in that beautiful Barracuda called the Gold Dust 2. Car originally hailed out of the Memphis, Tennessee area. Wise, one of the, I can't remember that guy's name who campaigned it before, but he has not changed anything on the outward appearance of that car. Something happens out there to Wise. Looked like he missed the shift and had to get it back into gear. Lovelady picked up a good bit, and that's an improvement for Lovelady from the last round of qualifying. So he'll move up a little bit in the ladder as we see how things shake out as we continue on in Superstock. Don Wilmot going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's out of Decatur, Georgia in his 66 Mustang. The Sevierville, Tennessee racer Bryant Dalton Sr. going to be in the quick time performance right lane in the 63 Ford Falcon Futura. Dalton in second place in our point standing so far, and unfortunately is only seeing Jerry Dean widen that gap. And if Jerry Dean could possibly put that thing in victory circle this afternoon, he may, for all intensive purposes, wrap up the 2025 points championship. Might have to do a little bit of figuring right here, but might be something that he is able to do. Don't forget about the Racing for Awareness. Courtney Smith, they're part of that 50-50, and she's got her tent set up down there. Go down and see Courtney and talk to her about her journey through breast cancer and how she's definitely trying to beat it. Don't know what happened to Wilmot right there. Don't know what happened to Wilmot right there, but nonetheless, Bryant Dalton Sr. streaks to down the racetrack for second round, his second round of qualifying. Next two around the corner are going to be the number 6 qualifier, or number 5 qualifier after round 1, Tony Nowosadzki, and the Public Enemy. He'll be in the quick time performance right lane. And in the Larice Motorsports left lane, that's going to be Kenny Phillips, who clocked in the number 6 slot after round number 1. Tony Nowosadzki in the 56 Chevy. He hails out of Gardendale, Alabama. The street legal of Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina. Once again, those 7-inch Mickey Thompsons took a second to get hooked up right there off the starting line. But once they did, those guys grabbed a gear and got down the racetrack in fine fashion. Going to be a little bit of a shakeup here in that Superstock qualifying as people are dancing around after the first round. They're going to make some changes here. And one of those is going to be Rob Walden. He's the number 3 qualifier after round number 1. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane in his 63 Biscayne called the Strychnine. He's going to go down the track alongside of the number 1 qualifier, Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama, in his car that he calls the Last Rebel 2. Rob Walden hoping those Gary Williams carbs provide some more performance enhancements for him, as just brought that product in-house. And if the Walden name sounds familiar, yeah, there's a 409 in there. He is the son of Mr. 409, Lamar Walden Sr., Bob being Lamar Walden Jr., as Christy Burchett struggles to not get her shoes caught down there, being the backup girl. You know what they say, if you want them sticky, you gotta run the Mickeys. You might better get those Mickey Thompsons on your feet. Gary Dean with a little wheel stand right there. Improves his elapsed time from round number 1 by 1/1000th of a second. Rob Walden, no improvement on his elapsed time, so he'll stand on his first round elapsed time. Ronnie Jones, the number 9 qualifier after round number 1 in the Crimson and Clover, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. All right, they're backing off Ronnie Jones. I don't know what that might mean. He's going to do another burnout, so. All right, Ronnie Jones right there. Let's see. He made a nice improvement, about 0.4 of a second on his second run right there. Let's bring you up to date on A-Gas, the quickest cars here. Ben Christopher in the Happy Days, the #1 qualifier after round #1, followed by Chase Howard in the USA 1. He's only 1/100th of a second off of Ben Christopher right there. Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet holds down the 3 slot. He's about 7/100ths of a second behind the #2 man, Chase Howard. Kenneth Phillips in the #4 slot in the Silver Streak 2. Brad Henry rounds out the top 5 in the Wild Child. Barry Lynn in the Little Red Wagon holds down 6. Greg Stelz, last night's winner, in 7th. Dean Jonas going to be 8th in the Agent Orange. Ray Abaloo in the Bad Alibi 9th. And Alan Pittman is going to hold down that 10 slot. Heather Peak out there on the starting line helping out a future Bug. Give her a little pointers on what she should do when bringing out a car. And that's what is so great about our backup girls. When a new person comes in to race and the girlfriend or the wife wants to do that, they jump right in there and help with it. So that is really cool. But now here comes SEGA for the second round of qualifying. B gas to the lanes, please. B gas. We need you in the lanes, please. B gas to the lanes for your second round of qualifying. And starting out the first 2 pair in our SEGA second round qualifying. That's going to be Rick Taylor and Stella Maverick over there in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in that 59 Corvette. Such a beautiful piece. And also a beautiful race car, the Ross Race Engines Wasted Wages of Tony Tagenhorst. Tagenhorst, the #5 qualifier after round #1. Rick Taylor, 9th after round #1. So a very good time right there by Tagenhorst, and definitely a better time by Rick Taylor as he gets up into the, probably he'll be in about the middle of the field with that run right there, as John Leidy got a gray Georgia, going to be up next in his gray race car. The 1957 Chevrolet sits in the quick time performance right lane. Leidig, the #8 qualifier after round #1, going to go down the track alongside Heath Adams from Greenville, South Carolina, in the Rusty Bullet. Heath Adams still having a little bit of trouble with that, doing a burnout right there. That's what you have. I mean, you know, they learning, got some things going on with the car. I mean, shaking things down. There's nothing wrong with that. Heath Adams, I don't know if he's raced any before he started with the Southeast Gassers this year or late last year, but definitely has got a Fulton power plant under the hood, a good one. So I'm being informed that Heath Adams, who was the number 3 qualifier after round number 1, that run was disqualified because he was too light at the scales. So the rusty bullet of Heath Adams that sits over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane was light at the scales. So he is trying to put all his eggs in this basket right here and make a qualifying pass for eliminations, because the number 3 run that he had from round 1 of qualifications has been thrown out. We're almost on cue. He is very close to the first round of laps time that he had, so no problems there for Heath Adams, as we have the number 2 qualifier, Jaron Purdue, coming up next in the quick time performance lane on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, we're going to have the number 4 qualifier after first round, the Saturday night special of Ernie Smith in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Etc. of Boiling Springs, Priority Heat and Air, and Woodfin Towing, just a few of the sponsors that Ernie Smith has on his car. I know there's more, but I just don't have my sheet in front of me, because if I was trying to read them all off to you, there would probably be at least 15. Ernie Smith with the 66 Chevy 2 4-door. I joke with him and I tell him he's got 4 doors on there so he can get more sponsors on, but conversely, that's a 4-door over there in the right-hand side with Jaron Purdue from Peoples, Ohio as well. But Jaron Purdue, no sponsors on the side right there for him with that Fulton power plant under the hood. He's going to throw it up there about the set, about 10-5, sidestep the clutch and let it eat. The Todd Hertel race engine under the hood for Ernie Smith, not quite so many RPMs, but we'll get it up there pretty good. Well, that run right there, Jaron Purdue goes to the top, but we still got more cars coming in C-Gas. B, you should be in the lanes now. B-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. B-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. All right, the number 6 qualifier, Tim Hall, out of Abbeville, South Carolina, in the Scalded Dog Rambler. He finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Alfred Adams, Clover, South Carolina. He finds himself the number 7 qualifier after round 1 in the quick time performance right lane. All right, Todd Oden, the number 1 qualifier from round number 1, going to try to reclaim that number 1 qualifying spot after Jaron Purdue just took it away from him. So he's going to be here in the quick time performance. He's going to go down the track on a single. Joey Reed, car chief behind the car, telling her which way he needs Todd Oden to move. This 58 Delray has one that can really get down the racetrack, a big car, but he sits it on his rear bumper and he'll throw it up for about 10,000 RPMs and really put the test to that one-way technology power that Jeff Jones and crew provide for him out of their Washington, Indiana stable there. Purdue going to be your number 1 qualifier in C gas today. Todd Oden will be right there behind him in second, I'm sure. All right, Bill Wilson, another C-Gas entry. I thought that done it for C-Gas, but we got Bill Wilson. Now keep in mind, you have to make 1 qualifying pass in each lane per Southeast Gasser rules. So that's why you saw a single out of Todd Oden right there, because he had to be in the right lane, in the quick time performance lane. And now Bill Wilson, the same thing. He had to be in the quick time performance lane, so thus the 2 singles back to back, and we could not run them side by side. So, because both drivers needed to go down the right lane. Sometimes that's just the way it works out. All right, A-Gas, we need you in the lanes, please. A-Gas, we need you in the lanes for your second round of qualifying. A-Gas to the lanes, please. That'll wrap up C-Gas for qualifying here today. We'll get those adjusted times. How we're going to set our bracket. I'll get those ETs to you just as soon as possible. Remember, 2 rounds of qualifying in each category, and then we go into eliminations to show you the best nostalgia drag racing that there ever has been, and that is the Southeast Gassers. We race heads up on the starting line. First to the finish line is the winner. There's no buybacks, no crybabies, no participation trophies. You lose, you load your ride for that day. In the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, that's going to be Kelvin Cannon as we start B-Gas out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, in the 33 panel van that he calls the Loose Cannon. Kelvin Cannon qualified in the number 6 slot after first round. Greg Adams, the number 7 qualifier after first round, he's going to find himself in the quick time performance right lane in that Hillbilly Hoodlum, the 1960 Ford Falcon out of Winchester, Tennessee. So a couple of volunteer state racers right here coming your way. Kelvin Cannon having probably one of the best years of his career out here with the Southeast Gassers, has found something in that loose Cannon car and got some things straightened out, because I tell you what, when he debuted that car, it was a very erratic race car, and getting it down the racetrack was a chore, to be honest with you. But Kelvin Cannon is a masterful engineer, as many of our racers are, but that engineer in him caused him to go to work. Now that car is something that he can really, really go hard and believe. Nice pass right there by both cars. Greg Adams getting, like I said, back into the swing of things. He's been out for about 3 races with us. Don't forget our 50-50 drawing right there. She's on the golf cart right there near the starting line on the left-hand side. That 50-50 is going to be split with Racing for Awareness. Courtney Smith here today for Racing for Awareness, 24-year-old breast cancer patient right now. Go over and see Courtney in her tent right here on the pit side. You can pick up a T-shirt from her, and also make sure you buy 50-50 tickets, because that's also going to help with that campaign of raising awareness of breast cancer. Mark Jones in the 37 Chevrolet in the quick time performance lane over there. 374 cubic inches of one-way technology out of Elizabeth, Arkansas. He's going to go down the track alongside number 1 qualifier after the first round, Wayne Swafford, in the car he calls Leroy out of Fingerville, South Carolina. Wayne Swafford, no bounce in that time. He got that car to wheels up, and he got it to sit down nicely. Did not improve his elapsed time from the first round, so he'll stick with that one as we see the bracket shape up and the qualifying round continue here in B gas. A gas, you need to be in the lanes now, please. A gas, you need to be in the lanes now, please. All right, the 48 Anglia of the Alabaman, John McLaughlin, going to be in the quick time performance right lane. The disorderly conduct, he's going to go down the track alongside of Mike Blackwell, the number 4 qualifier out of Campobello, South Carolina, in the Thunderstruck, which is a 1955 Thunderbird. Beautiful race car. Got a small block Chevy underneath the hood for him. John McLaughlin with the short burnout right there. His wife Jody going to bring him up to the beams. Robin Harris helping out over there with Mike Blackwell. McLaughlin's car moves hard to the right. He gets on the binders and keeps it off the wall. So good run right there. Or thunderstruck of Mike Blackwell. Blackwell going to definitely improve his time from his first round of qualifying. All right, Michael Oden coming up next in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. A couple of Alabama racers going to go down the track alongside each other. He's going to go down the track alongside Ken Rainwater. Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama. Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama. Oden in a 62 Chevy 2 in the double down 67 Chevy 2, the car of choice right there for Ken Rainwater in the Renegade. Rainwater is our current points leader and a runner-up last night here in our first race at Gulfport Dragway. Michael Oden, his power plant provided by One Way Technologies top to bottom. One Way Technology heads on the Renegade of Ken Rainwater. Huntsville race engines providing the bottom half of that motor. Both cars mechanically fuel injected for the application here. Michael Oden won his first race here last year at our Gulfport Dragway event as he's looking to try to defend here this weekend. Once again, if they were in a drag race, it would only be 18 hundredths of a second, the margin right there between those two. But they're qualifying, and they were almost identical on their elapsed times. And B-Gas rolls right on. Seeing some improvements. Michael Oden, definitely an improvement right there in his elapsed time. All right, Ted McKe, who had some problems in the first round, did not get down the racetrack in first round of qualifying. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane. Charlie Lee out of Sparta, Tennessee. He's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. So a couple of Tennessee racers right here. Once again, Lenoir City, Tennessee, where Ted McKe calls home, and Sparta, Tennessee, where Charlie Lee calls home. Or he calls Tennessee Charlie. He has his own body shop right there, so that car was a coupe, and he made it into a fastback. And if any of you guys have ever tackled or seen anybody do that, that is no easy chore to do, but you guys can come over, take a look at that car, see how it was done. It was done impeccably by Charlie Lee and family right there. Won our won our Brainerd Motorsports Park race earlier in the year in that very same car. Man, I know Ted McKee's got to be scratching his head right now. The disappointment right there. He is going to probably stay in that number 10 slot in qualifying. Hopefully he's going to be able to make it to the turnoff. Jimmy Hare might want to get something down there to pick him up. I don't know if he can return under power. He has made it to the turnoff. All right, that's going to conclude B gas, and I'll bring you up to date with those just as soon as we have an updated ladder, or an updated sheet for our qualifying times. But A gas coming up next. Once again, the fastest cars here on the property. And folks, if you're just now getting here and you say, why aren't the scoreboards on? Why aren't they showing elapsed times, and why aren't they showing miles per hour? That is by design, and we'll explain that to you a little bit later as the day goes along. But they will be turned on when it comes to the final round, so you can see what our finalists run in the finals here today. Right now, what you're looking for to see who gets there first is going to be that green wind light down there under the scoreboards. The first pair we got coming out here for the second round of qualifying in A gas is going to be the Mount Holly, North Carolina racer Dean Jonas in his car that he calls the Agent Orange, a 66 Chevy 2 with a 427 big block, 477 big block underneath the hood for him. 477, also the motor of choice for Chase Howard out of Greer, South Carolina, who sits number 2 in our qualifying after round number 1. He also sits number 2 in our point standings right now in that 67 Chevelle Super Sport that is in the quick time performance right lane. We need our AFX cars to the lanes, please. AFX cars to the lanes, please. Dean Jonas makes a nice improvement after he had some struggles in the first round of qualifying. Chase Howard, no improvement on his from his first round of qualifying, so he'll stick with that elapsed time he had from first round. First round number 1 qualifier Ben Christopher finds himself in the quick time performance right lane out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. He's going to go down the track alongside last night's winner and number 7 qualifier in first round, Greg Stelz out of Wapaka, Wisconsin. Stelz has an in-house motor program right there at Greg's Speed Shop. 477 cubic inches is what he's got under the hood. Same cubic inches for Ben Christopher right there in a motor built by Jason Line of J-Line Performance. And if that name sounds familiar, it is Jason Line of Pro Stock World Championship fame. Leah Stelz bringing her husband Greg back in his 57 Pontiac, the Joker. Robin Harris bringing back Ben Christopher in his 66 Chevy 2. a big stutter right there by Ben Christopher off the starting line, but man, he grabs second gear and gets on it, pulls those front wheels off the ground, and is a rocket ship down that racetrack. Doesn't have the elapsed time to show for it because it stuttered so bad coming off the line, but still would hate to line up beside that in eliminations coming up later here today. Number 5 qualifier Brad Henry going to be in the quick time performance right lane in his 1941 Willis called the Wild Child out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Number 3 qualifier Leslie Horn, he's out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, and our current points leader and defending world champion in our A-gas category. He's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side. Robin Harris bringing him back to her husband, Brian Harris of Brian Harris Race Cars, the car chief there on the Chick Magnet. Those guys creeping in. Let's see who's going to get staged up first. Leslie Horn not even into the pre-stage yet. There he goes, pre. Now waiting on Henry to bump in. There he goes. No improvement by Leslie Horn right there in round number 2, but a good solid run. A couple of those cars sounding a little like it's bogging a little bit on the line right there, or stuttering a little bit on the line. Don't know if that's an RPM issue or what it might be. Maybe they just don't have the track figured out just yet. Here comes that 385 cubic inch small block in the 58 Corvette of Kenneth Phillips, the Silver Streak 2 out of Campobello, South Carolina. And he's going to go down the track alongside Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina. You remember Barry Lynn made that full 8th mile burnout last time up. I don't know if he'll do that again. He's going to keep it a little shorter right now. He said those Mickey Thompsons have already got sticky. So if you want them sticky, you got to go with Mickey. Mickey Thompson Racing Tires for every different application out here on the racing surface, Baja, your street car, anything you're looking for. Check out Mickey Thompson Racing Tires, a great sponsor for us here in the Southeast Gassers. So Kenneth Phillips improves his elapsed time out of that number 4 slot that he was in after first round. Barry Lynn shaves a couple of thou off of his as well. So we're going to have a little shake-up here in our standings, and I'll bring those to you just as soon as we get those finalized. All right, so AFX is going to be our next category coming up. Those are the methanol injected mechanically fuel injected on methanol cars. Todd Wimberly, the #1 qualifier after round #1 in that Southern Comfort. Rob Walden in the Dixie Twister going to be that #2 slot. And then we've got a couple of more drivers that did not make passes. So hopefully they'll be able to get those worked out and be out here for a pass coming up in this second round. There's Rob Walden right there in the Dixie Twister, the car that is owned by Rocky Platt and is a tribute car to his father, Houston Platt. Houston Platt, the longtime Chevrolet campaigner. He called his cars the Dixie Twister. See those big mechanical stacks sticking up out of the hood right there. Coincidentally, the motor is built by Rob Walden, and he is driving that car as well. As Mickey Thompson's putting off a lot of smoke inside the cab of that car. So we'll see if all of it gets out where Rob Walden's not driving in a proverbial fog right there. All right, Todd Wimberly, the #1 qualifier and winner last night in our AFX category, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side in his 64 Ford Falcon that he calls the Southern Comfort. He's out of the McDonough, Georgia area, is Wimberly. Attention in the pits, super stock and C gas competitors. You need to be in the lanes at 2:55. That gives you 10 minutes to be in the lanes. Super stock and C gas, you need to be in the lanes in 10 minutes.
Robert Frazier, 2 in a row to start 2025 in H-Gas.
How about that? How about that?
It's darn good, man.
I told you, every time we run the bug, we're on it. That's a tenth better than I've run all day long.
You were on it, beat the bug. Again, you squashed it, if we could say, 2 times in a row now. You're certainly got a stronghold on this points lead.
Yeah, I hope so. We got it. Gets a new motor for the next race.
In a second final for the second race in a row, but this time it is a win for Alan Platt. Alan, congratulations.
Woo, baby! I needed this bad, brother. That's my low laps time of the day, top speed of the day. Man, I couldn't be happier, brother. I'm on cloud 9 right now. Yeah!
Yeah, scrape with the wall, barely dinging the bumper, and now a win.
Hey, about crashed this thing last night. I put it in a winner's circle tonight. Man, that's the way I do. You know, a couple of years ago, the Youngblood team did that. They crashed, came back and won, and now I've done it too, and I'm proud of it, buddy. I am proud of it. We worked hard, and I couldn't be any happier. Couldn't be any happier.
Alan Platt, winner in AFX here at Shadyside. You know, rebels are supposed to be the ones that don't win that often, but Jerry Dean, you win a whole lot in SEGA competition.
We're just extremely lucky. We've got a good car, but it's a little aggravating sometimes, but that's the way racing is. And today was a good day for us. We made some pretty consecutive runs that run good. Normally we make a good one and a bad one, but we're still hunting that magic spot. Maybe we'll find it someday.
Jerry Dean, your winner here at the Shelby Nationals, Shadyside Dragway in Supersport. Tim Hall, we said you just might come out and play spoiler, and you absolutely just did that.
I got lucky on that one. My fuel pump quit mid-run. Ernie was catching me. I thought he was going to pass me on top end. I did not know who won. I thought he won. And it cut off down there, and I couldn't get it cranked. That's why it took me so long to get here. I got the hood up, and I beat on the fuel pump with my hand and got it to start back running so I could drive up here.
It might have took you a while to get to the ticket booth in this interview, but you were right on time for a win here at Shadyside.
It feels real good. I'm glad we came. Enjoyed it. And probably try to be at Alabama probably. So.
We've been talking about in B-Gas this whole time, young guns, but the Renegade, Ken Rainwater, wins at Shadyside.
And that was awesome. It's been a few years. 21, we won 6 races and won a championship. This is the first race we've won since then. So it's been a lot of hard work, and glad to be back. Dad's a heck of a competitor, and he's whooped me the last 4 or 5 times I've run him, so it's nice to get one on him.
Ken Rainwater is the winner in B-Gas here at Shadyside for the Shelby Nationals.
Thank you.
Ken, where you from, buddy?
Tampa, Florida.
Tampa, Florida. What brings you up here to Gulfport?
Kind of tongue-tied here, but the cruising the coast. I come up here every few years. I got family that lives here, and I've come up here, and then 4 years ago I brought my classic car up here.
Ken,
in Phuket, U.S. Air Force, Phuket, Vietnam, security forces there.
Thank you so much for your service. If you could please take off your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you would please, if you are able to remain standing and keep your hats off, we'll go to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in prayer. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the many blessings that you've blessed all of us with. The traveling mercies to get here. We pray for traveling mercies home, Lord, but most of all, we have some things that's heavy on our heart. First off is our nation. Lord, bring our nation back to a knowing knowledge of you, Lord. Pray for our leaders that are in leadership positions to help us to beat the scourge that is trying to take over this earth, this country, Lord, and return America to being the greatest country on earth again. We pray for our armed forces around the world, that you grant them safety and everything that they do. And Lord, let them always know that they have a Savior in you and they can call on you at any time. Lord, if there's one person here that does not know the saving grace of you sending your Son to die on the cross for us and all of our sins, I pray that today that would be the day that pierces their heart and they ask that question to another believer. We race today in honor of you, Lord. We pray for traveling safeties down this racing surface for our racers and everybody that is involved. Lord, thank you so much for all the blessings you've given us, and thank you for letting us be here today. For it's in your name that we pray. And all God's people said, Amen.
All right, Super Stock. Here we go, round one of eliminations. No buybacks, no do-overs, no gimmies. It is either you go to round two or you go to the ice chest. Grab a chunk of fence, fans. This is our second day, our second points race. We crowned our champions last night, started a whole new race event today. A whole bunch of more points, and here we go. In the street legal car, in the left lane, taking on Ronnie Jones, Crimson and Clover Camaro. This is eliminations, round one. Two go down, only one comes back. The higher qualified car gets lane choice. Number 5 qualifier in the left lane, number 6 qualifier in the right. Separate them, and it is left lane to the stripe. Left lane, Kenny Phillips, street legal. Moving on to round two, Ronnie Jones falls a little bit short in the Crimson and Clover Camaro. And we'll start getting ready for the next race, their final race of the season.
John Wise here out of Attica, New York. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane. He's going to be taking on the underdog of Alan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama, the 67 Camaro in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. John Wise looks like something happened to him about mid-track, and Alan Lovelady streaks on to victory here in round number 1.
We'll take SEGA to the lanes, please. SEGA to the lanes. Oh.
Number 7 qualifier, Tony Nowosadski in the Public Enemy will be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. In 1956 Chevy he calls the Public Enemy. He's out of Gardendale, Alabama. He's going to take on number 4 qualifier and the man that's second in our points, the Bryant Dalton Sr. out of Sevierville, Tennessee. Good drag race here, and Bryant Dalton prevails on the big end right there, but Tony Nowosadski giving him all that he wanted right there. All right, Rob Walden, the number 3 qualifier, going to be in the Larice lane on the left-hand side of the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. And the 4th pair out here in Superstock round number 1. He's going to take on another Georgia driver out of Decatur, Georgia, Don Wilmot. Walden is able to keep it straight and drive by him. But man, Wilmot on a wild ride. I think he beat him on the tree right there, did. Wilmot turned on the red light, so that was it right there. It was over at the start. Don Wilmot turns on the red light. Rob Walden goes on to the victory. Number 1 qualifier, Jerry Dean in the last Rebel 2 out of Lacey Spring, Alabama. Going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And Ben Rivers in the Snake Doctor, the number 10 qualifier, will be occupying the Quick Time Performance right-hand lane. B-Gas, we need you in the lanes now. B-Gas, we need you in the lanes now, please. Jerry Dean right there with a competition, or with a bye run, as Wilmot had to get pushed off. So, as the way it would have it, there's 2 byes in this bracket, so Jerry Dean will receive a bye in the next round by being that #1 qualifier and winning round #1. So, and the other bye will come to the winner of the Allen Lovelady Kenny Phillips matchup. So that's going to be another one to watch right there. B gas, we need you to the lanes. B gas to the lanes now. B gas. All right, we're getting started in C gas right here, moving up to 10 pounds per cubic inch in our gas category. First pair out going to be the #5 versus #6 qualifier. The #5 versus 6 qualifier, the #5 qualifier, that is the man in the quick time performance right lane, Ernie Smith out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, in the Saturday night special. 1966 4-door Chevy 2. He's going to be taking on Tony Tagenhorst, the #6 qualifier in the wasted wages out of Columbiana, Ohio. 302 cubic inch Ross race engine under the hood for Tagenhorst. Todd Hertel race engine underneath the hood for Ernie Smith out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Robin Harris helping out bring Ernie Smith to the line. Heather Peak getting Tagenhorst to the line in the first matchup here in C gas. Man, Tony Tagenhorst takes out Ernie Smith, so Tagenhorst going to move on right here, effectively ending Ernie Smith's day right here, or realistically ending it, but it could put him all the way out of the points championship, and depending on how it goes for Jaron Purdue today, he could clinch right here today at Gulfport Dragway. Ohio, right here in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon. Going to try to take another step closer to this 2025 points championship. Heather Peak bringing back Purdue. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane. In the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that is John Leidick in his 1957 Chevy. He's out of Gray, Georgia. So Leidick, the number 10 qualifier here today, taking on the number 1 qualifier in Purdue. So Jaron Purdue moves on to round number 2, where he'll have a bye in that round. We need A gas to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes, please. Number 3 qualifier from Abbeville, South Carolina, and 2-time world champion Tim Hall in the Scalded Dog Rambler finds himself in the quick time performance right lane. He's going to be racing the number 8 qualifier here today. Rick Taylor in Stilla Maverick, the 59 Corvette. Crew from Tony Taggenhorst needs to go retrieve him on the return road. He has had some trouble down there. Tony Taggenhorst is crippled on the return road, so his crew needs to go pick him up and tow him back. So Rick Taylor left before the 3rd amber. He'll get no time right there, so that is a red light win for Tim Hall. So Tim Hall will move on to round number 2. And that's not unusual for Tim Hall. He was a finalist here last night, and as I said before, he was the 2022 and 2023 world champion in SEGA and has elected this year to not run a full schedule, but loves it down here at Gulfport Dragway. And Mama Jane said, we come into Gulfport Dragway, and you see what happened. Mama runs the roost over there at the Abbeville house, and well, she should. Fourth pair out here finds Heath Adams and Bill Wilson coming up next. Adams going to be in the quick time performance right lane. Bill Wilson, the number 7 qualifier in the Troublemaker, that 49 Studebaker truck. He finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And Bill Wilson hails out of Gaffney, South Carolina. High voltage Harley Davidson on the side right there, as well as Custom Automotive. A couple of his sponsors. I know High Voltage Harley Davidson has been really good to Bill Wilson. They're there in the Spartanburg area. Heather Peak bringing back Heath Adams. Troublemaker pulls it out on the big end. Bill Wilson going to advance on to second round. And what a good win for the number 7 qualifier, taking out the number 4 qualifier right there. So Bill Wilson with a round win, got that truck hustled down the racetrack. I might be at 20. All right, next pair coming up is going to be the number 2 qualifier, Todd Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama, in the Double X, that 1958 Delray. He'll be in the quick time performance right lane. Take it on the number 9 qualifier out of Clover, South Carolina. That is Alfred Adams in the Damn It Bob 1955 Chevy. Interesting story about how that car got named the Damn It Bob. But it's such a great story as told to me by Alfred Adams. Alfred had a brother. His name was Robert. And Robert he had special needs. And Robert was always, doing things around the house and helping out. But sometimes he'd make mistakes. And Alfred's and Robert's father would go, "Damn it, Bob, I told you to do it this way," or "I told you to do it that way," and "I told you to do it this way," or "you should have done this." So he said he heard that for so long, and he lost his brother, Robert, and he thought, what better way to honor his brother than to name the car the Damn It Bob. And that's why the car has that name that you see before you right now in the left lane. Alfred Adams knew that he had his hands full with Todd Oden. He turns it over red, 007 on the red side, giving the win immediately to Todd Oden, but still Todd Oden he lays down a great elapsed time right there in round 1. The winner from last night's race, Todd Oden, still trying to crawl himself up into the top 3 of the points, has a good chance to do so with Ernie Smith going out here in first round and he advancing past first round. So Todd Oden will be taking on Tony Tagenhorst in the next round. Tim Hall will be taking on Bill Wilson in the next round, and Jaron Purdue will receive a bye by virtue of being that number 1 qualifier and winning round number 1. We'll move to B gas next. A gas, you should be in the lanes. A gas, you should be in the lanes now. H gas, let's put them in the lanes. H gas, let's put them in the lanes, please. All right, had to kill the power right there on Kelvin Cannon's car as it seems like the throttle's stuck. So Ken Rainwater patiently waiting, going to give him a little bit of time to see if he can get it fixed and get it refired. Kelvin Cannon, the number 7 qualifier here today, taking on the number 4 qualifier in Ken Rainwater. So Ken Rainwater going to get the single right here and move on to round number 2. Unfortunate for Kelvin Cannon as he had a good day going today. Rainwater getting that car dialed in after they had to do a total motor swap last night. So a brand new bullet in that car as he is getting used to it. That car is one of the top performing cars we have, and a man that is leading the points right now this year in our B-Gas category as he looks to put a second B-Gas championship trophy in his trophy case. The man trying to catch him right now going to be Ted McKe, who uncharacteristically had a terrible qualifying. He had trouble in both qualifying runs, qualified dead last here today. So he's going to get number 1 qualifier Michael Oden in a matchup coming your way soon. Second pair out right here, the number 5 qualifier, Mike Blackwell out of Campobello, South Carolina. He's over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to be taking on the number 6 qualifier, which is in the Quick Time Performance right lane, and that is Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3 out of Elizabeth, Arkansas. 374 cubic inches of one-way technology Chevy power under the hood of that 37 Chevy. 319 cubic inches is the cubic inch of choice for Mike Blackwell in his 55 Thunderbird. 319-inch small block right there for Blackwell. The number 5 versus 6 qualifier. Blackwell was a finalist at our last race at Knoxville, Tennessee in B-Gas, as he's looking to try to build on that and go continuing rounds today. Mike Blackwell, another round win right there for the Thunderstruck. So Mike Blackwell got to be feeling good about his chances here today. I don't want to use the word bracket, but Mike Blackwell has been very, very consistent with his racing elapsed times here lately. That's another thing that you can tune that car to, and that makes a world of difference to know that you have a pretty close window that you're going to stay within. Next pair up is going to be the number 2 qualifier, Wayne Swafford out of Fingerville, South Carolina, in his car that he calls Leroy, over there in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to be taking on John McLaughlin, the number 9 qualifier, in the disorderly conduct, that 48 Anglia, hailing out of the state of Alabama. Betty McLaughlin brings her husband up to the line. Robin Harris is doing the same for Wayne Swafford. Wayne Swafford, good morning, good evening, and good night as he puts John McLaughlin on the trailer really quickly right there with a blistering elapsed time. So Swafford going to take on Mike Blackwell, and those ETs are just about identical. That's going to be a great race coming up in second round. All All right, a couple of Tennessee racers right here. The Volunteer State going to be well represented in this race. Sparta, Tennessee is where Tennessee Charlie Lee calls home. He's going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance List. Winchester, Tennessee is where the car that possesses the quick time performance right lane sits, and that is Greg Adams. The Hillbilly Hoodlum and the Tennessee Charlie getting ready to do action right here. Couple of good looking white cars. One a Ford, both of them are Fords. So 322 cubic inches under the hood for Charlie Lee. Can't actually remember the actual cubic inches that Greg Adams is claiming here today in his 1960 Ford Falcon. Winner of this one's going to get Ken Rainwater in the next round. Charlie Lee takes the win right there, where he'll get Ken Rainwater next round. Michael Oden, #1 qualifier, taking on Ted McKe, the #10 qualifier here. And Ted McKe, any given day, is no #10 qualifier. He was the winner of our event last night here in race night #1 at Gulfport Dragway, and unfortunately had some trouble in qualifying both qualifying sessions today. That is got to be weighing on the mind of the 21-year-old Michael Oden in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Does Ted McKe have everything worked out? He can't take a chance. He's got to go all out right here, just like it's a final round, because these two guys could very easily be a final round matchup. Gene Fulton Power underneath the hood for Ted McKe in the Blake Housley prepared race car, and Michael Oden possessing the relay technology power. To catch up, and Michael Oden takes the win right there. Margin of victory at the stripe, 0.14 of a second. So Michael Oden does not get caught in that trap. Looked like Ted McKe, bounced just a little bit off that starting line. But folks, in the Southeast Gassers, that's why this is the best nostalgia drag racing you'll find. It's all heads up. The man who won this class last night just got put on the trailer in first round. There are no cupcakes out here, I promise you. That's another reason we don't turn the scoreboards on. Elapsed time means nothing. The first one that gets there is your winner. That's the whole key to everything. Bandit, don't we? What's it you say? All right, we are moving into A Gas, the fastest cars here on the property. The defending world champion and point leader is in the Larice Motorsports left-hand lane. Horn checks in here today as the number 4 qualifier in his Chick Magnet, the 1955 Chevy. Gene Fulton power plant under the hood for him, 477 cubic inches. He's going to be taking on the Knoxville, Tennessee racer Brad Henry, who is in the quick time performance right-hand lane in his 41 Willis. Okay, folks, if you have a drone, you need to put it up. We don't allow drones here at the Gulfport Dragway, so get your drone and return it to home. All right, these guys getting ready to take action right here. First pair in the first round of A gas. Wow. Leslie Horn with a move to the left, and he pushes the clutch in, and Brad Henry moves on and takes the win. If you're Chase Howard, you got to be licking your chops right now. You got to go rounds and try to get this round win today, as you are behind just by 10 points, and you got a chance to make up some ground today, as uncharacteristically Leslie Horn is out in first round. One other indication, folks, that's why we don't race them on paper. You gotta be here, you gotta take it all in. All right, coming up next, the second pair out, the number 3 qualifier, Kenneth Phillips, who sits in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 58 Corvette, 385 cubic inches. Gene Fulton power under the hood there. He's going to be taking on the Mount Holly, North Carolina racer Dean Jonas in his 66 Chevy 2, the Agent Orange. Don't forget, race fans, let's land that drone. Land your drone, please. Let's land that drone. Dean Jonas had a nice backfire come out of there. I don't know what happened right there, but in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane, Kenneth Phillips takes the win. All right, number 1 qualifier, I'm sorry. Number 2 qualifier, Chase Howard. All right, Brian Harris and Carburetor Bob, you need to head down to the scales and retrieve Leslie Horn, as he is broke at the scales. Leslie Horn broke at the scales. Third pair out right here, a couple of Greer, South Carolina racers. Chase Howard in the USA 1 over in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 1967 Chevy Chevelle Super Sport, 477 cubic inches of Gene Fulton power underneath the hood for him. And in the quick time performance right lane, that is Barry Lynn, also out of Greer, South Carolina, in his Little Red Wagon, the 1965 Chevelle two-door wagon. Robin Harris bringing him to the line in his Par Race engine, 477 cubic inch for him. Winner of this one going to take on Kenneth Phillips in round number 2. Chase Howard takes the win right there in dominating fashion. Barry Lynn stayed with him to about half track, and then that power just come on at the end for Chase Howard as he moves on to take on Kenneth Phillips in round number 2. Last night's winner, Greg Stelz, occupies the quick time performance right lane in his 57 Pontiac, the Joker, out of Wapaka, Wisconsin. In-house motor program there for Greg Stelz. As I said before, Greg Stelz got his first big gold cup last night for being the winner here in A-Gas. But he's got to try to take out Ben Christopher, today's #1 qualifier, who had a little trouble yesterday in that Jason Line 477 cubic inch motor he's got under the hood of his 66 Chevy too. Christopher out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, with Robbins Repairables on the side right there as one of his primary sponsors, as well as Woodfin Towing and several others that Par 3 Automotive. Winner of this one's going to get Brad Henry, the Wild Child, next round. Leah Stelz bringing up Greg Stelz to the line, her husband. Robin Harris helping out with Ben Christopher. Greg Stelz ends his day on the starting line, as he knew he was having to really go as thin as he could against Christopher, because Christopher has been a man that can just ET you to death. And Christopher takes the win right here with almost an identical elapsed time as to what Chase Howard had a little bit earlier.
All right, 50-50 raffle. Get your tickets out, get your tickets out, get your tickets out. 50-50 raffle for Courtney Smith. The grand total raised today, thank you race fans, grand total $28.36. The winner is going to get $1,418. We exceeded our record from last night, so thank you very much. Get your tickets out. 50-50 raffle for $1,418. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Ticket number 502348. 502348. That is the winning ticket number, 502348. And if it does not get claimed in about 15 minutes or so, we will redraw. So again, 502, what I say, 348? 348. 502-348. That is your winning ticket number for $1,418. Thank you very much, and Miss Courtney says thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, ticket number 502348 to the top of the tower. 502348 to the top of the tower. You are welcome, Miss Courtney. 502348. The winning ticket, please, to the top of the tower to claim your prize. It's about 3:45 right now. We got one more car to run. I believe it's our H-Gas going to come out on a single. And then I think we're going to have a special nitrous bottle toss from Kevin's Barbecue. I heard Kevin's going to throw in an extra $100 bill. So we're going to figure out who we're going to get, how many of each. We might have about 8 or 10 of you out there tossing a bottle for an AutoZone prize from the prize stash and a $100 bill from Kevin's Barbecue. So like I said, we got one more to go, and then we'll take about a 12-minute break or so.
All right, Larry Noel in his H-Gas car, the 1948 Anglia, the Crazy Pony. He's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane for this run that he's going to make. $248 cubic inches of Ford V6 power underneath the hood there in our H-Gas class. Might be a straight. Yeah, it's a straight 6. My bad. No V6s. It's just a straight 6. Awfully interesting class. We've got other cars in this class, folks. Don't think that. But the other cars have either work obligations, family obligations, or just couldn't make it down here with broken cars. So, but Larry Noel, he came. He was coming anyway, cruising the coast, being around all the Southeast Gasser family. And so we're going to let him take his car down the racetrack and show you what H-Gas looks like. If any of you find this intriguing and want to build a car, you can find that on our website at southeastgassers.com under the rules section. Can show you what it takes to build one of these H-Gas cars, or any of them for that matter. Steve Norwood, the engine builder there of the Crazy Pony, as he hustles that car down the racetrack. Larry struggled a little bit in the beginning with this new combination because he was our 2018 SEGA World Champion in a 56 Chevy or 55 Chevy, but now he is with this combination and adjusting quite well. Want to thank Alan Dunn. He's the winner, or congratulate Alan Dunn. He was a winner of the 50-50 here today. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee, traveled all the way down here with the Tennessee Charlie crew. So those guys are going to, that $1,000 plus is going to help him pay for this trip and then some. So awfully good cause right there to help as well. So we'll be back with you in just a few moments as we take about 10 minutes down. You folks listening to us on our YouTube video, we'll be watching highlights from a previous race.
The H-Gas champion here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Well, it's not a Volkswagen. It's an Anglia with a Pontiac in it. And this man is certainly not in his traditional purple. Colby Welch, you come out and you get a win in H-Gas. Why this car? Why this class? And how on this big win?
I guess starting with it, we came up with this car, me and Ron Allison from Zach Hall. Him and his dad were building it and kind of abandoned project on it. We thought a H-Gas car, it's got to be something little and light. After that, we kind of scoured the rule book and, you know, played out what the best combinations were. We wanted to play into small cubic inch, get it as light as possible. So we started looking at the Pontiac. It's one of the two combinations you can run a crossflow head on. Parts are pretty readily available because it's based on a 389. And so we kind of took it from there. We've been working on this thing for probably 2 years just on the powertrain side of it. Fought a lot of battles. I mean, it doesn't want to do what we're doing with it. So we, you know, kind of had to complement some areas and work on it hard there. Got it out last season, late in the year, just some dyno time, playing with it there. Tore it up right off the get-go. We had issues with the block. So we came back and I came up with some plates. We welded in the block and did some different stuff to kind of eliminate vibration, bring some strength into it, and went from there. It's been a long time coming, a ton of engineering work, a lot of hours have been put into it, so it's great to pay off being out at this first race with an H-Gas win.
Colby Welch with the H-Gas win here at Knoxville Dragway. In AFX here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. It's the car that Todd Wimberly drives, which is Southern Comfort, but it is Daniel Haynes with the win. Our champion in B-Gas from last year. You haven't raced until this point, and you come out in a debut in this class, in this car, and get a win.
Man, it's been such a fun day. The car is just totally different than what I'm accustomed to, but you know, I kind of got a little bit comfortable in it over the course of the day. Had some high hills to climb, and we've managed to do that. I think I did my job most of the day, so man, I'm just super stoked to be here. I didn't see this happening.
Well, we just saw it happen. Can we see you in this hot rod again, or are you going to be building your own AFXer at this point?
I will not be building my own AFXer, but this might not be my last trip down the track in this one.
Daniel Haynes, your event champion here for the Ram Clutches Nationals at Knoxville Dragway. once again, he is a winner in Superstock. Jerry Dean picks up the win here at Knoxville Dragway. All right, we know that you have won this event, and you are winning and dominating. But give us the rundown on how challenging it was today for your little hot rod to actually compete in what was muggy, terrible air conditions.
We fought it all day trying to get down the track. We could make one decent run and two bad runs, and we kept adjusting the ram clutch in it and got it a lot better, and then we switched lanes to the right lane, and it was better for us and made a good run in the final there. But it's been a tough day. I got the best crew in the world, Karen Mitchell, Dennis Mitchell, David Richardson, David Dean, and Buck Rogers, and they work their tails off, and I owe this to them.
Jerry Dean, your Ram Clutches Nationals winner here in Superstock at Knoxville Dragway. He wasn't at the first race. Then the second race, motor issues puts him out. Third race, as it has worked out, you come up to old Rocky Top and defending champ, you get right back on track with a win, Todd Oden.
Hey, I love this racetrack. This is my winningest racetrack now, and I love coming here every time. I can't say enough about this old girl. We battled today. We busted a transmission. We had all kind of issues. But I thank my team so much, and it's just, you can't do it without good people, and I'm surrounded by great people.
Todd Oden, your champion for the Ram Clutches Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway in Seagas. As he's putting the trophy on top of the car, Leslie Horn, once again, another win. You started the season off winning the first race of this 2025 season. Come to Knoxville and defend your event win from last year here at this race. But I would say most people didn't really have you picked to win this.
No, I didn't have myself picked to win it either. All the boys was faster than me. Everybody I run today was faster than me. It just so happened I was pretty good on the tree today, and I tell you, we was trying to get this thing in before this rain hit. I want you to look, it's just now started raining. We pushed and pushed and pushed, and the crew here at K-Town done a great job. My staff done a great job. The racers done a great job, and we've got it in. Here we are, and I'm glad to win. This is the third one in a row here at Knoxville. we'll try to make it a fourth one at the end.
Leslie Horn, your winner in A-Gas at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches National. Hello SEGA fans, Lee Craft here, aka the Monday Morning Racer. These days with the Southeast Gassers Association, I'm working with them as their media director. I'm in charge of forming and bringing in the media team that films the races so that you can see the action that took place. And I'm here to say, I'm sorry. The camera operator down track did not hit record at the necessary time to capture this final between Ted McKe and Ken Rainwater in the B-Gas category. It was a great final, and congratulations to Ken Rainwater. This happens from time to time, though. We're all human. The camera operator down track, he had done great work for me in the past at March Meet. He also did great work at Knoxville Dragway, but this does happen. And ultimately, it's a failure on my part. I'm the leader of the team, and you didn't get to see a final. So to SEGA, to you the fans, also to Ken Rainwater, I'm sorry. We'll work on in the future some more redundancy, if you will, with camera and camera angles to make sure you do not miss any action. Thank you for understanding. And now a word from your winner, Ken Rainwater. Ken Rainwater, it was a humid one, a hot one. Conditions were tough, but you come to old Rocky Top and pick up a win. The old girl must be squared out right.
It really did. It was a good day. I mean, it was hot, it was humid, the weather was going up and down. The track, got hot, but the track got really good semifinals and finals. The guys did a really good job. They stayed on top of it, and we appreciate that. We really do. And 2 in a row. I don't know what to say. It took a little few years there to win one, and it seems like things are going our way.
I think Ken Rainwater can say he's back, and he's the event champion here at Knoxville Dragway.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves. Here at QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
right, getting ready for Super Stock round number 3. This is going to be a great matchup right here coming up. Rob Walden and Bryant Dalton going to be the first pair out. We got to get somebody up here on the computer. They had to go to the restroom for just a second, so we're going to have to hold up. Because guess what? We don't know how to run Gulfport, Mississippi stuff, and we're not going to touch it. We're a little smarter than that. But the Walton and Dalton, kind of Walden and Dalton matchup coming up right here. Rob Walden out of Doraville, Georgia in the 63 Biscayne that he calls the Strychnine. In talking to Rob, he wanted to recreate the car that he and his dad raced, and he found a lot of old pictures. He's got a plethora of history on his dad's racing, and he was able to find somebody to letter up the car, put the flags on it, just like his dad had in his car back in the Super Stock days. Strychnine is a name that Rob come up with for his race cars, and as he is raced. And then he's going to be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And in the Quick Time Performance right lane, the man who is number 2 in points this year, Bryant Dalton Sr. out of Sevierville, Tennessee, is going to be right here in his 63 Ford Falcon Futura. Robin Harris bringing up Bryant Dalton Sr. to the line. Christy Burchett bringing up Rob Walden to the line as they get ready over there in the left-hand side. Winner of this one going to get Jerry Dean in the semifinals. Rob Walden off the start. He takes it all the way, so Rob Walden puts Bryant Dalton on the trailer here in second round. But Rob Walden moves on to the semifinals where he'll take on Jerry Dean, who has a bye run coming up in the third race here in the second round. Next up, Alan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama, in his 67 Camaro called the Underdog. He'll be in the Quick Time Performance right-hand lane. He'll be racing Kenny Phillips. Phillips, the number 5 qualifier here on the day. He's out of Campobello, South Carolina in his 64 Chevy, the street legal. This one has every bit of the making. It's a great matchup right here. Whoever wins this one gets the second bye in the bracket and will move right to the finals. So both of these guys hungry to get to the finals. Kenny Phillips not spinning it. Once again, those 7-inch Mickey Thompsons playing a big role right there as Alan Lovelady just went straight up in the tire spin, and Kenny Phillips moves on to the semifinals where he will have a bye, and then he'll move straight on to the finals. So a good day for Kenny Phillips out of Campobello, South Carolina. And here's Jerry Dean with that bye run he has by virtue of being the number 1 qualifier and winning round number 1. Be interesting to see if he's going to, it looks like he's not going to change anything up. He's sitting in the water box waiting to do a full burnout. And that's the way Jerry Dean and Karen Mitchell do things. They are very meticulous about what they do, that race car, and how they race it. And he has the opportunity to take a shot at the racetrack right here and to work on something. And I guarantee you they're working on a shock package, a tire pressure package, or something that they're working on to try to make that car better. They are relentless in their pursuit of making that car faster and faster. And that's the reason that he is the 24, and after today's race, probably going to be set to be the 25 world champion in Superstock. All right, so Jerry Dean with that pass right there most likely will have lane choice. He will have lane choice over Rob Walden in the semifinals. And then Kenny Phillips will have that other bye. So he will be moving on to the finals as we get ready for C-Gas. As C-Gas gets ready, B-Gas should already be in the lanes as well. Number one qualifier and current points leader in our C-Gas category, Jaron Perdue, out of Peebles, Ohio, finds himself with a bye run right here in his 62 Chevy 2 wagon. Gene Fulton power plant under the hood for him. Going to have a little bit of Gene Fulton trivia for you coming up later on. Got some prizes for you if you're we'll let you know when that's going to come about. Jaron Perdue running it through for lane choice and definitely laying down a good elapsed time right there. So if anybody's going to knock him out, maybe Tim Hall or Bill Wilson will, because they'll be, whoever wins that matchup will be facing him in the semifinals one here in later on today in C-Gas. Tony Tagenhorst, right here out of Columbiana, Ohio, finds himself in the quick time performance right lane in his 63 Chevy 2. Tagenhorst is going to be taking on the number 2 qualifier here and the man who won last night, Todd Oden, out of Birmingham, Alabama, in his 1958 Delray, the Double X. Runway Technologies underneath the hood for Todd Oden. Oden trying to crawl and gnaw and climb his way into the top 3 in points as he sits outside that in 4th right now. Passion horse with the Ross race engine underneath the hood, 302 cubic inch variety. Todd Oden takes the win right there. That's a big win for Todd Oden, because whoever won that matchup right there gets a bye to the finals. So Todd Oden will have a bye in the next round. The reason those byes are in there is by virtue of the number of cars that are entered in the class today. All right, so Tim Hall will be over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in his 67 Rambler, the Scalded Dog out of Abbeville, South Carolina. He'll be taking on Bill Wilson out of Gaffney, South Carolina in the 49 Studebaker truck called the Troublemaker. Custom Automotive and High Voltage Harley Davidson on the side there for Bill Wilson. Tim Hall, the 2022 and 2023 SEGAS World Champion. 2024's World Champion was Todd Oden, narrowly beating out Tim Hall. Tim Hall has some obligations that he was elected to at his church this year, and it keeps him from running a full schedule with the Southeast Gassers. Got to respect the man for that, but his mom Jane said, this is a race we want to circle and go to, so here they are, and they're here to win. Make no mistake about it. Standing in their way is Bill Wilson right now. And Bill Wilson turns on the red light. 0-15 on the red side for Bill Wilson. And Tim Hall moves on. He'll take on Jaron Purdue in the semifinals on one side, and Todd Oden will get a bye in the other side of the semifinals. All right, B-Gas is coming up, so I want to remind our bugs, our backup girls, that they'll be doing their backup girl interviews and everything after B-Gas. So once this round of B-Gas is over with, all our bugs need to be down there for interviews. After B-Gas this round, all the bugs to the starting line for bug interviews. Michael Oden, number one qualifier, going to take a bye run right here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in the double down two. Runway Technologies horsepower under the hood right there, mechanically fuel injected motor. There you see Gina Oden. She's pulling double duty, backing up her husband Todd in the double X and her son in B-Gas in the double down two. All right, another intriguing matchup coming your way right here. Don't see Mike Blackwell yet. There he comes around the corner. Wayne Swafford, the number 2 qualifier out of Fingerville, South Carolina, finds himself in the Quick Time Performance right lane, and in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that is Mike Blackwell. Wayne Swafford and Mike Blackwell, two neighbors essentially, up on Highway 9 in South Carolina, or Highway 11 in South Carolina. The 55 Thunderbird of Blackwell, 319 cubic inches of small block Chevy underneath the hood for him. Wayne Swafford with the Fulton Power under the hood for him, in the car that he calls Leroy. Told us earlier on he was going to rename the car, you know, Jackrabbit or something, because it kept bouncing out there after he did a wheel stand in the first gear, but seemed to get that calmed down in the last run that he made. He made a very, very strong run against John McLaughlin. Heather Peak bringing up Mike Blackwell. Robin Harris helping out bring up Wayne Swafford. Good drag race right there with Wayne Swafford taking the win. 0.05 of a second, the margin of victory at the stripe, only 0.05 of a second. That is a close drag race, folks. But unfortunately, Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck comes up on the losing end of that one. All right, big matchup right here for Ken Rainwater as he tries to increase his points lead over Ted McKe, who is out of competition. Ken Rainwater in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in his 67 Chevy 2, the Renegade out of Kimberly, Alabama. Mechanically fuel-injected Huntsville race engine with the one-way heads on there. Charlie Lee with a 322 cubic inch motor under that Mustang's hood, built by his dad. They hail out of the Sparta, Tennessee area. Charlie Lee takes the win right there. Charlie Lee with a better reaction time right there, and he takes the win. So that was not a whole shot win, but a win by Charlie Lee nonetheless. So that'll conclude B-Gas. Need all our bugs to the starting line. All our bugs to the starting line, please. While you got a second, make sure you go by and see Stephen and Holly Smith at the Southeast Gasser Gear Trailer. They are the official merchandise provider for the Southeast Gassers. Check out the new Corvette Hot Wheel. They'll have a few of the Super Treasure Hunt Corvettes on sale for the collector and other ones for the AFX Chevy 2. Also, they got new caps here at the race today here in Gulfport, Mississippi. Get the latest merchandise from the Southeast Gassers from Stephen at the Southeast Gasser Gear Trailer. Everything from shirts, hats, posters, stickers, Hot Wheel cars, banners, and much more. take a minute and go by the Southeast Gasser Gear trailer located to my right, your left if you're across the racetrack. They got official merchandise and so much more. And if you can't get to them today, make sure you check out southeastgassergear.com on the World Wide Web, where they can ship to you anywhere you want to be shipped to. Also, if you're looking for a t-shirt, you can also check out the pits of your favorite driver, because many of those are selling their t-shirts as well. All right, we're going to throw it down to Tommy right now for interviews with our backup girls.
All right, Tommy, you're on.
All right, hey, welcome everyone to Gulfport Dragway. Thank you so much for the organization coming in. Putting on the I think I'm clicking, I'm a little too loud. That better? We're going to go around here to the other side of the fence. Let's walk around. All right, sorry about that. We was clipping the mic a little bit. Hey, want to welcome everyone to Gulfport Dragway. Welcome to all of our cruising the coast participants. Thank y'all for coming out and spending the day with us here. Only thing I can tell you guys is that we love Mississippi, beautiful Gulf Coast. We got some great restaurants along the Gulf Coast. You know, we call this place the Racecation destination for a reason. Whenever you come here, we have a lot of folks that come down, race with us, and they end up buying a house down here. Paul and Courtney Russell, I see them over there. They done moved down here from up in North Alabama. They living over in the Hammond area now. Thank you, some of our fellow racers. But I can tell you this, I've been all along the Gulf Coast down there on the east end to the pricey end. That's the Florida end. Ate at many restaurants down there. But I can tell you what, the seafood here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, you're not going to find any better shrimp, oysters, all the way triple tail, redfish. It's all great food here. We kind of call the Mississippi Gulf Coast the hidden gem. You know, during Katrina, they called it, you know, the landmass east of New Orleans got hit. But we love our Mississippi Gulf Coast. Invite all of y'all down here anytime. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to talk to the bugs. They're the stars. Everybody thinks the race cars are the stars of the show. No, it's our backup girls. So we're going to introduce each one of them and let them tell you a little bit what they do, how they do it, and why they do it.
All right, they wrote me into explaining the bug duties and introducing myself for a second day in a row. My name is Alexis Phillips. I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a previous driver myself. I drove for 2 years, a 56 Chevy Flower Power. Right now, I just back up cars. I have quite a few. I have Rocky Top Missile, Renegade, Quick Draw, Damn It Bob, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Scalded Dog, and Wild and Woolly 2. Along with that, some of what bugs do, our main goal is to chase the cars on the track after and back the guys up, keeping them in the groove. There's usually somebody in the car helping direct us to keep them in the groove. And then once they're back behind the staging lanes, we go up, find the beam with our foot, and then pull the guys up just a few inches away from the bulb. They at least know that they're very close to turning that first light on and then getting staged up for the rest of it. All right, your turn, Keely.
All right, hi, I'm Keely Lear. I am from Campobello, South Carolina. I back up Kenneth Phillips, which is my fiance, and then I'm also backing up Kenny Phillips, which is my cousin in Superstock.
Hey, I'm Christy. My sweetie is Kelvin Cannon in the 33 Willis loose cannon. Kelvin and I are from Upper East Tennessee. We're half an hour from North Carolina, half an hour from Virginia. Let me just say, y'all, this track is beautiful. thank y'all for coming out to see us. We love it, and we will see you next year.
Hey, my name's Robin Harris. I'm from Chesney, South Carolina. I back up Leslie Horn, Chick Magnet, Ben Christopher, Barry Lynn, Greg Adams, Brad Wimberly, Todd Wimberly, Bryant Dalton, Wayne Swafford, Don Wilmot, Ronnie Poppy Jones, and Dusty Baker. Thank you.
I'm Shannon Lovelady, and I back up my husband, Alan Lovelady, in the Underdog and Super Stock.
My name is Heather Peak, and I'm from back up the Rusty Bullet, Georgia Shaker 3, Sword, Wasted Wages, and the current SEGA points leader, Jaron Purdue.
My name is Colette. I back up Dean Jonas, the Agent Orange. He runs A-Class, 62100.
I'm Sherry Taylor. Our is Maverick. It's a 50. Very pleased to be here. This is a beautiful track, and no matter who wins or what, it's just so much fun being part of this organization.
I forgot one of my drivers, John Wise.
Hey y'all, sorry, I changed out my clothes. My name is T. Jones. And I've been with Mark Jones in the mini car. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name's Gina Oden, and I back up my husband Todd Oden, who's in the Double X, and my son Michael Oden in the Double Down too. Thank y'all all for coming out today.
All right, everybody give a big hand for our backup girls, the Bugs. I was picking on them earlier. I said, there's a whole bunch of SEGA pictures on the internet of all the cars, but there's a whole lot more pictures of the Bugs than the cars. They get all the likes. Thank you, ladies. Y'all make this event outstanding. Going back up top now.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, lovely ladies. We appreciate that, taking your time to introduce yourselves and help us out. Like I said, we welcome you. If this is your first time to Gulfport Dragway, welcome. If you are a returning fan, welcome back. And I don't know if we forgot to tell you earlier, but we are broadcasting on FM 91.1, 911 FM. If you're in between speakers or having a hard time hearing, turn on your car stereo or the motorhome, the toter home. 91.1, 911 FM. And we still have a lot of all of our food vendors are still open, so you got time to walk around and grab you a Scooby snack and enjoy the races. All of our Bugs out there going to get pictures at the starting line in front of the tree. Our Mosier AccuTime Christmas tree. Somebody asked me earlier what our track record was. And if you've been here the last couple of nights, you've heard it. But our track record, quarter mile now, and we got plenty of shutdown. Our whole length of the track from start to the woods down there is about 4,300 feet, 4,400 feet, something like that. And our track record is a 5 flat at 312 miles per hour. 5 flat at 312. And I cannot remember what the 8th mile is, but I think it's in the 360s, about 202, 203. I need a board up here. I need to write that down. That might be on. See if we can put that in the 26 budget. I'll check with the Treasury Department and see. Oh, I already got that. Was a negative already on the radio. Man, I can't even get a calendar. How about a sheet of paper and a crayon, something? An index card, all right. So if you are looking for some Gulfport Dragway merch, we do have our own Gulfport Dragway merch down here next to the snowball stand. It is the big white building with the white awning next to Kevin's Barbecue. And that is where we have the merch. We've got T-shirts, hoodies, because it's, going into the cold months here soon. hoodies, hats, visors, koozies, and ladies' tank tops. They got some ladies' tanks, so get it while they last in your sizes. As does the Southeast Gasser Trader with the Summit tent. They've got their merch there. We've got a lot of people out here. The racers, they have their own t-shirts, so go say hello, get you a t-shirt or buy something, and get a signature from them, man. The kids eat that up, and they love talking to you. Like I said, we opened Gulfport Dragway in 1972. We've got a lot of seasoned employees out here. I've been here 36 years. Keith, at least 25. Sandman down there in the burnout box, he's been here at least 23. Jeff, about 21, 22 years. Athena, she was at our front gate today, but normally she's up here running the computer. And I remember when her mom was our food and beverage manager at the grill down there, and Athena was just a little tight. She was doing her homework in the bleachers, watching the races, doing her homework. So, and now she's got kids of her own. And so it's just, man, Gulfport drag. You go to a drag race, and it's family. Yeah, they might not like each other for an eighth mile or a quarter mile, but, you know, prior to that, they may have given you a carburetor off their car to help you run, or fixed your distributor, helped you out, even though you were going to get matched up next round. That's just how it is at a drag race. You are friends and family first, and drag racers second. And everybody loves to come to Gulfport Dragway, your racecation destination. We need H-Class and Superstock. H-Class and Superstock to the lanes. But it was described to us many, many times over by different racers over the years. You go to Gulfport Dragway, and it's like you're going to a party and a drag race breaks out. And this is looking interesting right here. I hope we don't fall backwards. Need some shoulders to hang on to. But yeah, we just love it out here at Gulfport Dragway. We've got lots to do. If you want to come back on a non-race weekend or not a race weekend, come back and visit the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And again, I talked about this last night. As you're out cruising down Highway 90, that's the beach road where the beach is. You got a bridge over in Biloxi Ocean Springs, and then you got a bridge over in Bay St. Louis, the Bay of St. Louis Bridge. Between those two bridges is 26 miles of beach. So that's 26 miles that you're cruising up and down. And it is the largest man-made beach in the world. That is 26 miles of man-made beach when they dredge the shipping channels for all of our shipping container boats and the banana boats and all the other commerce that comes to and fro. 26 miles of man-made beach, longest in the world. And it's free. You pull over and park and enjoy it. It's one of the few freebies left in America. Congratulations, ladies. Thank you very much. We should have H-Gas and Superstock. H-Gas and Superstock in the lanes, please. Of course, all of our partners out here at Gulfport Dragway, you see them all up and down the guardrail and in the center of the burnout area.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gas.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
chance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
All right, folks, welcome back in on the live feed with us on YouTube. You know, 2025 has been a great year for the Southeast Gassers. We visited a lot of places. We've had a lot of obstacles. Mostly weather is what you deal with when you're out here racing, and a lot of those times it looks negative for you, and when you have to cancel events. But man, we have had a great weekend down here with 2 events here at Gulfport Dragway. We could not be happier with the turnout. We thank each and every one of you fans who are online watching us or who have paid to have a ticket to come in here. We don't take that lightly, and we heard your voice, and I realized that I did not announce the right lane or left lane. I was just announcing winners, and some of you guys don't know our drivers by name or by car, so as we move forward here in competition, I'll make sure that I let you know the right lane or the left lane won, because we got some people with some pop-up tents, and we need those pop-up tents to provide shade, but it kind of inhibits some other people from behind you from seeing the wind lights that are down on the ground near the scoreboards. So we'll make sure that we do that. But this year in the Southeast Gassers, as we come to the end of our next to last race right here, we're getting ready to start looking at point scenarios and possibly crowning champions even before our finals at Shadyside Dragway, which will be the first weekend in November. If you guys are, any of you guys are from the Carolinas, Georgia, or want to make the trip to Shadyside Dragway, that is considered pretty much our home track. We've been going there twice a year, really for about 8 years as far as I know, because I've been with the series 8 or 9 years now. I kind of lose count. But wonderful facility right there that the Buffs own in Shelby, North Carolina. They do a lot of outlaw racing, and as well as a IHRA bracket racing that they do there. And we'll take our final event of the year there the first weekend in November. But we still got some tight points battles that are shaping up and could be decided here today. One of the ones that I'm seeing is the Chase Howard trying to catch up with Leslie Horn. Horn out of competition in A gas, and still in competition is Chase Howard. Standing in his way will be that 58 Corvette of Kenneth Phillips. In Superstock, it would seem that Jerry Dean, already here in the semifinals, has a virtual lock on the points in Superstock. He started the day with a pretty commanding lead. I'm going to get that number for you as well. So Jerry Dean was 55 points ahead before today started, so I can go ahead and tell you with certainty that Jerry Dean is going to be your 2025 Superstock champ. And before we move on, Monty's got to take care of a little bit of housekeeping work, so here's an announcement from him.
Hey guys, down at the Full Throttle Grill, there is a heavy-duty red F250 or F350 down there. A red heavy-duty Ford, big jacked-up Ford down by the Full Throttle Grill. It needs to be moved, please. I think it's got Texas plates on it. If you go move your truck, please.
All right, and I just got word we need Superstock and C Gas to the lanes now, please. Superstock and C Gas, we need you to the lanes now, please. All right, Superstock and C Gas to the lanes. But that super stock category pretty much already sewed up by Jerry Dean and his performance here this weekend and today. So it's going to put him well above as his closest competitor is already out of competition, and that would be Bryant Dalton Sr. So that's going to basically crown him. And in SEGAS, Jaron Purdue, he came in with a 40-point lead over Ernie Smith today. Ernie Smith goes out in the first round, and Jaron Purdue still in the semifinals. Unless we have a large car count making 5 rounds of racing, I'm not going to call that one just yet, but he has a commanding lead. And he's still in competition here today in one semifinal in SEGAS, going to take on Tim Hall. So if he can get to the finals, that's going to further solidify his standing there in SEGAS. SEGAS, we need you to the lanes. SEGAS, we need you to the lanes, please. Ready to get started with super stock, and we want to roll straight into SEGAS and keep this thing moving, everybody. H-Gas going to come at your way right here. Larry Noel in the Crazy Pony at 48 Anglia with the straight 6 in there, the straight 6 Ford built by Steve Norwood, 248 cubic inches for him. He's in a 48 Anglia. Going to be over there in the quick time performance right lane. There's a sight you don't see every day. Tom White with a pair of shorts on out there on the starting line. Oh, he's got to wear his shoes out there on the starting line. He'll rip his skin off. Sandy Noel, Larry Noel's wife, going to bring him back to the to the staging beams here in his H-Gas entry. SEGAS, you should already be in the lanes. SEGAS competitors already in the lanes, please. Larry Noel getting a little better elapsed time right there than he did last time. So coming all the way down here, he's getting some good data and some good knowledge of what he needs to do to adjust on that race car. We get ready to move into super stock. Now, we did have a development in super stock I want to let everybody know about. The street legal of Kenny Phillips did not pass tech down there on a ride height rule. So Alan Lovelady, who he was facing, is now back in the bracket as Kenny Phillips was disqualified. So Alan Lovelady is going to be in the bottom part of the bracket where he will receive a bye. So Alan Lovelady going to make his first ever finals by virtue of that. So take it any way you can get it, because you never know what's going to happen out there on the track. And we've already seen that here today. I mean, you know, Leslie Horn going out the way he went out. That's why we don't race them on paper. That's why you got to be the first one to the finish line here in the Southeast Gassers. It's a heads-up start, and I think it's the best nostalgia drag racing in the country. I hope you guys have too. I hope we've been able to take you back and recreate a 1960s drag race for you here today and show you some of these great-looking race cars that we have on display out here performing at a very, very high level. Great matchup right here. The number 1 man in points and the number 3 man in points in our super stock division. Jerry Dean, the man over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his last Rebel 2 out of Lacey Spring, Alabama. He's the number 1 qualifier and a man that has pretty much and a man with nothing to lose right here, Rob Walden in his 63 Biscayne. He's going to let it all hang out. I promise you, he's going to try to beat him off the line, and he's going to need a great elapsed time to get by Jerry Dean right here. And he's been experimenting with a lot of things and developed a relationship with Gary Williams at Gary Williams Carburetors, hoping that that can be one of the missing links that can improve the performance here of the 63 Biscayne called the Strychnine. Strychnine sitting in the quick time performance right lane. The left lane takes the win right there. The Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane proving to be the lane for Jerry Dean. .3 of a second margin of victory right there as Rob Walden continues to shave down the gap that is between Jerry Dean and the rest of the field. So, and here's Alan Lovelady. He'll have a bye run right here in his 67 Camaro, the underdog. Like Lovelady's going to make a full pull right here, try to continue to work out the gremlins that might be bothering that underdog car. Those 7-inch Mickey Thompsons having a hard time grabbing onto the track right there. That was a short burnout by Lovelady, so I don't know if that contributed anything to that or not. We need B and A gas. B and A gas competitors to the lanes now, please. B and A gas. If you're still in the bracket, B and A gas, you need to put them in the lanes now. All right, B gas and A gas, you need to put them in the lanes, please. B and A gas, put them in the lanes, please. All right, the big matchup, we're going to go ahead and hit it right here on the beginning. That is Tim Hall and Jaron Purdue. Purdue going to be in the quick time performance right lane in his 62 Chevy 2 wagon. Tim Hall in the 67 Rambler out of Abbeville, South Carolina, the Scalded Dog, the 2022 and 2023 SEGAS World Champion, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Gene Fulton Power under the hood of the car that Purdue calls Fulton's Ghost. In the quick time performance right lane, Heather Peak bringing up Jaron Purdue to the line. The People's Ohio racer leads the points. He's going to run that thing up there once again, about 9,500, 10.5, and drop the clutch to the side on it. Jaron Purdue turns on the red light. So he takes himself out of competition right here, and Tim Hall will move on to the finals, where he's going to race the guy that he raced last night, Todd Oden, because Todd Oden, by virtue of the bye for the number 2 qualifier, is going to get a bye run here. So a matchup from last night's final in SEGAS, which was won by Todd Oden, is coming your way in the next round of our finals. B gas, you should already be in the lanes, and A, you should be right behind them. Todd Oden definitely going to give it a run for lane choice right here over Tim Hall. Hall really been favoring the Larice lane on the left side, and Todd Oden been favoring the quick time performance lane, so they may just take those lanes anyway, and conversely, that's the lanes they were in last night in the finals. The 58 Delray of the Double X out of Birmingham, Alabama, of Todd Oden. One-Way Technologies providing the power top to bottom in that black race car. His wife Gina Oden awaiting her husband to bring him into the beams. Todd Oden misses that 3-4 shift down there, but good time to miss that 3-4 shift, as he will not have lane choice in the finals, but nonetheless has made it to the finals again to take on Tim Hall. So SEGAS finals is set. Tim Hall, Todd Oden, and man, have we seen that matchup so many times over the last 3 to 4 years. Two of the best running SEGAS cars over a number of years that we have ever seen. B gas coming your way. We need A gas to the lanes. A gas, you should be in the lanes, please. A gas. Michael Oden, Charlie Lee matchup is going to be the first, one of the big ones right here. They're almost at elapsed time equal. Wayne Swafford in the Leroy bypasses the water box So he is going to just take the tree right here and move on to the finals by virtue of being the number 2 qualifier and winning his rounds. So he has a bye right here, and he'll get out of the way after he just takes the green on the tree. Question is, will he drive it to the end of the racetrack, or will he just back it off? Going to drive it on down on a Sunday afternoon drive in Gulfport. He's going to cruise the drag strip instead of cruising the coast. Wayne Swafford going to just move that car he calls Leroy gingerly down the racetrack, turn it around, get it serviced for the finals, where he'll either take on Michael Oden, the 21-year-old out of Birmingham, or the veteran out of Sparta, Tennessee, Charlie Lee. I want to thank some other sponsors there, our series sponsors. One Way Technologies out of Washington, Indiana. If you're looking for anything in the race engine development or ported cylinder heads, they are the recognized leader in CNC ported cylinder heads and race engine development for circle track, dirt, and asphalt. They do a lot of wing sprint car stuff as well as super late model stuff on the dirt to land speed records and other things. Check out One Way Technologies in Washington, Indiana. One Way Technologies providing the horsepower under the hood of the Double Down 2 of Michael Oden, which is staying in that Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Conversely, Charlie Lee has favored the quick time performance lane where he finds himself. So both guys got the lane that they're comfortable in. Let's see how this race turns out to see who goes to the finals versus Wayne Swafford. Charlie Lee, 322 cubic inches of motor underneath that Mustang hood that his dad builds right there in their Sparta, Tennessee shop. Tina Oden bringing back her son Michael just as she does her husband Todd. The elapsed time for these two drivers have been really close to each other all day, so this is going to be a good matchup right here. Margin of victory right here could be very, very thin if these guys make some good full passes as they're capable of doing. Michael Oden turns on the red light. Leaves it too soon, does Michael Oden. And Tennessee Charlie Lee takes it on to victory as Michael Oden gets caught by the big red eye. And of course, red is dead in any type of drag racing. So good run for Michael Oden to get the semis, but Charlie Lee going to move on and take on Wayne Swafford in the finals. Got two great races coming up for you. Ben Christopher going to be taking on Brad Henry in one of the semifinals in A-Gas, and Chase Howard going to be taking on Kenneth Phillips in the other pair of the semifinals on the other side of the bracket. I hear those big V8s fired up and ready to come your way. Chase Howard going to stay over there in that Larice Motorsports Insurance lane that he has favored all day. And Kenneth Phillips going to be here in his 58 Corvette in the quick time performance right lane. Interesting setup right here, the 477 cubic inch big block of Chase Howard, built by Gene Fulton at Fulton Race Engines. Then you got the small block combination and the small race car of the Corvette of Kenneth Phillips. That 385 cubic inch small block, once again built by Gene Fulton. Chase Howard taking the win right there with a 006 light. 056 light for Kenneth Phillips, no joke itself, but a 006 by Chase Howard. And he moves on to the finals where he'll take on either the winner of the Ben Christopher, Brad Henry matchup that's coming your way now. Brad Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee, in his 41 Willis, the Wild Child, be over here in the quick time performance right lane. Ben Christopher out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, in the Maurice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 66 Chevy 2 called the Happy Days. Jason Line, 477 cubic inch big block under the hood for Ben Christopher. Robbins Repairables, you see there on the front bumper, helping the sponsorship of that A-gas entry of Ben Christopher. Woodfin Towing also on the side there. Thai Taste, Par 3 Automotive. Winner of this one going to take on Chase Howard in the finals at A-gas here tonight. Christopher and a lightning bolt down the racetrack. Ben Christopher has just set a possible, I'll say possible record in A-gas right there with that run. But what a wheel stand. That car looked like it was shot out of a cannon as he left the starting line. What an incredible run right there by Ben Christopher, putting him into the finals. Brad Henry, no joke, off the line, a 009 reaction time to Ben Christopher's 106. So a couple of great reaction times as well. And that's what makes our Southeast Gasser style of racing the best in the country, bar none, for the nostalgia category. You got to drop that clutch, you got to work that gear, you got to work that steering wheel, just as Quayne Stott intended when he founded the Southeast Gassers.
right, while we're waiting on, got a couple of our cars coming around right now. AFX coming out. All right, AFX, A-Gas, Factory Experimental, Todd Wembley, the Southern Comfort. Looks like he's just going to take the tree. Oh, he'll just mosey on down the track. Little Saturday afternoon cruise here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So Wembley moving on to the finals. He had the bye to the final. So we got the Dixie Twister and the Georgia Shaker coming up in the other half of the semis. Ralph Walden and Alan Pratt. So Alan Platt, the Georgia Shaker in the left lane, Dixie Twister right side. Mechanical fuel injection, running on methanol. The winner here is going to run Todd Wembley, the Southern Comfort car, in the final. Car that just went down on a single. Got the backup girls out there getting them right where they need to be in the tire grooves. Getting the RPMs up there. I can't imagine what the ground is going through. Right lane, black past the starting line. So right lane will not get a time. Your automatic winner. Automatic winner in the left lane, Alan Platt. Right lane, Rob. He went too far trying to get her staged up. Too far. So we're going to take a short intermission. We'll go to a commercial break here on the live feed, and we will need H-Gas and Super Stock in the lanes for your final at 5:30. That gives you about 11 minutes for H-Gas and Super Stock finals. And AFX finals as well. Okay, they just ran.
The sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass. Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves. QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
And we are on a live feed, just coming back from commercial break here in just a minute. And welcome back. Welcome back to the live feed here at Gulfport Dragway. You know, race fans, I was asking you if you are a returning participant or member or fan of Cruising the Coast and or the Gasser race, welcome back to the beautiful Mississippi Gulf Coast. David was talking about everything that's been going on. And if you haven't been here, if you're on the outside listening in, make plans to be here next year. I'm sure before they leave today, if it's not already inked in, I guarantee you it's penciled in for next year, for this event, for this week. The dates may change a little bit. I'm not looking at a calendar. But lots to do. We have great seafood. We got lots of restaurants, many things to do, lots of cultural history all along the Gulf Coast and up to Hattiesburg and whatnot. We got the water park right up the street, less than a mile and a half. You can be at the water. The water park's not just for kids. That's for us big kids, too. And just so many things to do here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You can take a boat ride out to Ship Island and visit Fort Massachusetts, a huge Civil War fort out there. Still got some cannons and whatnot. Great place to go visit. It's a national park. It's about 12 miles offshore. You might find some charter boats, do some fishing. We got some great saltwater fishing. Get you some speckled trout, some king mackerel, cobia. And getting hungry just thinking about it, man. We're going to get out of here early enough. We will go be able to grab some seafood tonight. Absolutely. Get you some stuffed flounder or something. But we just cannot thank you enough, race fans, for coming out here. I know David has said it many, many times, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you on behalf of the Southeast Gasser Association, on behalf of the staff here at Gulfport Dragway, all of our regulars. This is totally different than our regular bracket racing program. This is, man, it's a whole different barrel of monkeys and so much fun. Loving it. H-Gas and Superstock. H-Gas and Superstock. 5-minute call. H-Gas and Superstock and FX. H-Gas, Superstock, and FX. 5-minute call. 5-minute call. H-Gas, Superstock, and FX. And race fans, if you want to get out your phones, our social media pages, You can find us, Gulfport Dragway, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Be sure to like and follow, like and share. Again, Gulfport Dragway on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. So be sure to like and follow, like and share. Our schedule, we've got most of them inked in right now for our 2026 annual schedule. It'll drop next month. We should have it dropped on social media probably around Thanksgiving. We've got most of it inked in. Trying to finalize what's penciled in right now. So on our social media, if you like and follow, you'll be able to see our schedule. So you can come back for your racecation destination. See some sights, see a few races. And Kevin's Barbecue in the house with us, man, doing a fantastic job on the pasta lie and pulled pork and ribs all day. Thank you. And he is saying, I got to wait till he gets down there, but $3 pulled pork sandwiches while they last. He is ready to pack it up. $3 pulled pork sandwiches while they last at Kevin's Barbecue right next to the Gulfport Dragway merch trailer. So thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Pasta lie, he said he's willing and dealing on that too. I'm good, thank you. $3 pulled pork sandwiches while they last. H, gas, and AFX and Super Stock. 3-minute call, 3-minute call. You need to be heading to the lanes in 3 minutes. H-Gas, Super Stock, and FX. 3 minutes to the lanes, please. That's right. They were talking earlier about Beauvoir down there. We got Beauvoir. You can go visit that. Centennial Plaza. There's plenty of hotels and places to stay right on the beach if you want to, and wake up to a beautiful water, ocean sunrise, the Gulf of America. Watch the sunrise over the water. Walk along the beach in the evening like this, cool evening. So lots to do here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We hope you come back, not only just for the races, but come back and see us, you know, just tell your family, tell your friends. Like I think Ernie's wife, she's ready to move. I don't know where they live, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina. She's ready to pack it up and move down here. A little bit slower paced. We like it that way. We hold your doors open for you. We say please and thank you, yes ma'am, no ma'am. I had some military guys show up at work one day. I was writing a collision estimate for them, and they said, man, it's different down here from where I come from. Your girls, they all have long hair and they wear makeup. They're really pretty. So I said, yeah, I guess so. I never thought of it that way, but yeah. So it's nice. We love it down here. And still, man, a packed fence line on both sides. Still got a half a mile of people out here. 10 deep. Y'all have stuck it out. We got our finals. You know what? And Dave has probably already told you, with our finals, we will turn on the scoreboards. We will have the scoreboards turned on for all of our finals. So you will finally see what we've been talking about all day. Last night, I think there was 2 10,000ths between two of our racers at the finish line margin. That's a .0002. 2 10,000ths margin. That's like what, an inch or two at 100 whatever miles an hour. So final call, H-Gas, Superstock, and FX to the lanes, please. Final call, H-Gas, Superstock, and FX to the lanes, please. Final call. If you have to wait until next year to come back here at the Cruising the Coast Week for the Gasser races, man, be looking for more improvements. We're making improvements out here every week, every month. So look for more new speakers, new amps. Got our FM broadcaster, 91.1 FM, 91.1 on your FM stereo dial. This is the place to be to get your need for speed. All right, I hear the cars coming around now. Getting ready to load up the stage lanes for our finals. Last Rebel, Southern Comfort. Hubert Platt, the Georgia Shaker. And once we run our finals, we'll have our winners come back, and they're going to be parked right in front of the grandstand bleachers. The winners are going to pull up right there on the burnout pad, the donut pad, in front of the grandstand bleachers, and they're going to get out and shake your hands. I've got 3. I should have 6. I've got the Last Rebel, I got the Georgia Shaker, I got Southern Comfort. I should have 3 more. Man, big old line over there at Kevin's Barbecue. I guess when it went on sale. They started. Well, one dude's walking out with 2 sandwiches. He's double entered. He's got his main entry and his X number on the second entry. Take it home, yeah. Well, you got Buc-ee's over there too at exit 24. It's always a fun place to go. What, your wallet's lighter? Yeah. That's the exit I live on, and sometimes it's hard to get out. Getting in's no problem, but getting out, it's like, whoo. 1, 2, 3, the underdog, the Crazy Pony. So we have them all there.
All right, we need all finalists to the lanes, C, B, and A gas. C, B, and A gas, all finalists to the lanes now. When we get rolling, fans, don't miss out. Be in a spot you can see, because we are going to roll straight through our finals. And we want to make sure we give you the opportunity to come over and say hello to your favorite racer after the race is all over, after all our races have concluded. We will have our Winners Circle interviews and pictures being made and trophy presentations right here underneath the tower. So if you'd like to come over, see your favorite driver, get a picture with them, meet them, shake their hand where you hadn't had a chance to do that before, please come over and do that. We are a fan-friendly type racing organization. If you have not already experienced that today, please give us the opportunity to do that. My old voice is dwindling just a little bit. I'm so thankful for the help of Monty up here today, as we have, I usually don't do 2 races in a row like this, so, but we are awfully glad to have done that here at Gulfport Dragway, the racecation destination. And I'm telling you, it's a destination that we circle on our calendar and ask off for vacation, as you heard Ernie Smith do, or take our long weekends to be here, because nobody does it like the Gulfport Dragway. We really love being here, and we love bringing you the best nostalgia drag racing in the country. Now, before finals, I need to tell you, if you do want any officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gassers, you need to get over to the Southeast Gasser gear tent that's under the Summit tent right here to my right, your left, if you're looking across the racetrack, and get your officially licensed merchandise from Stephen Smith and Holly Smith. They've got posters, stickers, T-shirts, hats, anything you want that is officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gassers. So get over there, make your final purchases. Also check out the Platt family down there. They're running AFX tonight. They have a huge history of their fathers, Houston and Hubert Platt, the Dixie Twister and the Georgia Shaker. One was a Ford factory driver, one was a Ford factory Chevy driver. They've got a plethora of T-shirts down there, a lot about the history of Hubert Platt and Houston Platt and their Platt family and all the halls of fame that they're in, die-cast, you name it, they got it down there. So we are getting ready for finals. All finalists to the lanes. You should already be there if you are a finalist. Let's get to the lanes, please, and we will roll right through these finals. All right, guys, we need C, B, and A. Come on, all finalists. Let's go. C, B, and A. Let's get this show moving so we can get on down the road and get to our houses by tomorrow. Let's go, fellas. Should have it ready to roll. C, B, and A. We still need y'all in the lanes now. All right, we're going to bring in Monty here. He's been doing so great helping me. We're going to bring him in and bounce off of me here for the finals, Monty. Thank you so much for all that you've done here. You're a consummate professional here at Gulfport Dragway.
Thank you guys, man. It's a nice break every now and then. It's hard to haul the freight all weekend, so it's nice to have help.
Well, I couldn't think of a better guy to do it with. Actually was looking forward to it. I ran across it in my feed where we had a picture made last year, and it come across, a year ago on your timeline. So I was like, man, I hope that guy's still back down there. And I remembered your name was Monty, so.
Yeah, and I'm not any skinnier. I'm still the same. Still eating Fat Boy ice cream bars and seafood.
They haven't brought us a Fat Boy ice cream bar. What's up with that?
They don't deliver. Before we get started,
All right, watch out for the stampede, because here it comes. The stampede of the crazy pony. Larry Noel in his H-gas car, the 1948 Anglia. I can hear him warming that Ford motor up right now. There he comes into Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, does the crazy pony of Larry Noel. Rolling through the water box, going to strike the hides on those Mickey Thompsons. You ever seen a 248 cubic inch inline six there, Monty?
well, I had a 300 in my old F100 back in the day. Pretty simple, but I love the paint. All these hand-painted cars like this. No wraps, no graphics. It's all paint.
That's right. They're all hand-lettered as well. And Larry Noel, a master at the lace paint job, as he painted this car himself.
So they can drive them well, they build them well, they paint them well.
That's something we forgot to tell our fans earlier on. There are no wraps here in the Southeast Gassers. They all have to be hand-lettered cars. See those silver leaf and gold leaf on some of those cars is just exquisite. I mean, the artwork is just masterful. Man, this weekend has been a good one for Larry Noel. If nothing else, he's got a lot of work done on that race car, and it is going down the track and performing really well. That's what an H-gas car looks like as we get ready to move to, we're going to move to AFX next for the finals. All right, so it's going to be the W&W show. Alan Platt going to be in that Georgia Shaker 3. He's going to take on Todd Wimberly. Alan Platt will have lane choice. He's going to take the Larice Motorsports Insurance left side over there, Monty. 427 cubic inch FE motor prepared by Blair Patrick Race Engines in that Georgia Shaker 3. Lamar Walden Race Engines under the hood for Todd Wimberly in his 64 Falcon, the Southern Comfort. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane. Have all our winners come down to the burnout box right there. They're going to come over, shake hands with the fans, get a chance to get up close and personal with our winners here at the race tonight. Larry Noel already got the door open with a nice wave to the fans. as he pulls that crazy pony, the 48 Anglia, in there. Might have to get him to pull on up a little further so the rest of the guys can get in there. The Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly takes the win right there. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second at the stripe in that AFX matchup right there. Wimberly told us earlier that it would be a tough matchup with Alan Platt, and you saw that right there as it held true for that race. Super Stock on its way next. Alan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama, in the underdog, the 1967 Camaro. He's going to be taking on Jerry Dean out of Lacey Spring, Alabama. Dean going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, and in the right lane, that's going to be the Hayden, Alabama racer, Alan Lovelady. So the right lane won right there in that matchup of the AFX cars. Ran a 6:04 with a 3 at 116 miles an hour. Narrowly beating out the Georgia Shaker, who ran a 6:09 at 114, because we got the scoreboards on for you now, so you can see what these ETs and mile per hour are for some of you guys who are just dying to see that. So Jerry Dean takes the win here and continues his dominance, and that'll just about wrap up the points right there. That will wrap up the points. Jerry Dean is your 2025 Superstock World Champion. I say that with all the confidence in the world as we get ready for SEGA coming up next. The SEGA matchup here in the finals is a rematch of last night's finals. If you were here last night in our SEGA competition, Todd Oden had a little bit of fuel leakage just dripping out of his car. They thought they were going to have to back him off the line, and Tim Hall patiently waited on him to do that, and then they got that figured out that it was just evaporating fuel leak. Let him go down the racetrack. Todd Oden took the lead. Now Tim Hall has switched lanes up. He's over here in the quick time performance lane where he has not been today, putting Todd Oden over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane where Todd has not chosen to be all day. So maybe a little bit of psychological warfare going on here. Tim Hall out of Abbeville, South Carolina, the 22 and 23 SEGA champ, taking on the 24 SEGA champ right here in the Birmingham, Alabama native, Todd Oden in the 58 Delray called the Double X. Oden just had to replace a transmission in his car, and they did that between rounds to get up here to the line, so you see him right now. Looks like Tim Hall lost power down there about mid-track. Todd Oden with an 015 light to a 190 light, so he had him on the starting line. Todd Oden runs a 601 with a 0 at 112, and Tim Hall a 660 with a 7 You can hear that car backfire down there as something went awry in Tim Hall's car. So Tim Hall, the runner-up for 2 nights in a row, and Todd Owen doubles up here in Gulfport, Mississippi, and wins both events here on the Gulf Coast. All right, B-Gas at the ready right here. Wayne Swafford in his car that he calls Leroy from Fingerville, South Carolina. He's over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Charlie Lee out of Sparta, Tennessee. In the Tennessee Charlie, he's in the Quick Time Performance right lane. 322 cubic inches of small block underneath the hood of that Mustang. Built by Charlie's dad. Gene Fulton providing the power right there for Wayne Swafford in the left lane, the Larice lane, being backed up by Robin Harris. Brian Harris race cars behind the race car, making sure everything is in line and the way it should be. Swafford trying to get his first win on this year. He is a multiple-time winner in the past. Charlie Lee, a multiple-time winner as well in B-Gas. Good matchup right here. Let's see who it's going to be as the chips get ready to fall. And the right lane of Charlie Lee takes the win, 570 with a 2, and he beats him on a hole shot as Wayne Swafford runs a 566 with a 9. But the 029 reaction time of Charlie Lee beats the 087 reaction time of Wayne Swafford. So hole shot win right there for Tennessee Charlie Lee as he takes the trophy back to Sparta, Tennessee. That was a good drag race right there, folks. Margin of victory on that, 0.02 of a second. That right lane took the win right there with Charlie Lee. As we get ready for the kings of the sport of A Gas, Ben Christopher, Chase Howard, the 2 fastest cars on the property, getting ready to go to battle right now. Christopher with the lane choice. He's going to stay in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane where he has favored all day in his 66 Chevy 2, the Happy Days. 477 cubic inch big block by Jason Chase Howard, 277 cubic inches of Fulton big block underneath the hood of his 67 Chevelle Super Sport, the USA 1. Howard has not been in this lane, to my recollection, all day except for in qualifying, as his brother Trent brings him back in his tracks to the attention of Scotty Cannon behind the car, the 6-time Pro Modified World Champion car chief here on the USA 1. Robin Harris bringing back Ben Christopher, getting him ready to come up to the beams. Robin's Repairables there on the side for Ben Christopher. Thai Taste Restaurant, Woodfin Towing, also some of the fine sponsors as well as Par 3 Automotive for Ben Christopher. Folks, we sold you a whole seat, but you're only going to need the front edge of it as you've been there all day. And this one proves to be a barn burner as we get ready to finish strong here in Gulfport, Mississippi. Chase Howard. Unfortunate Ben Christopher did not get a good chance at a run right there as he turned on the red light. So Chase Howard going to be your winner here today, and what a vindication for that USA 1 team as they rolled that car at our last event in Knoxville, Tennessee, and comes out here and dominates today at Gulfport, Mississippi with a new elapsed time record. Folks, we do invite you over to the Victory Circle so you can see your favorite driver and be with them as they take pictures and get their trophies. If you are leaving, let me go ahead and tell you now, we wish you the best. We thank you so much for your patronage. We hope that we have taken you right back to the 60s era of heads up, first to the finish line, manually shifted transmissions, and wheels up drag racing that you have come to see from the Southeast Gassers. I am David Lancaster, the voice of the Southeast Gassers, and we hope that you are able to drive home safely. We pray traveling mercies over you, and remember, your right foot is the restrictor plate. Let's keep them out of the roads and out of the ditches and on the roads to your hometown. We'll be back here keeping you guys next year on our schedule, hopefully. Monty, it's been great, man. I appreciate all you done for us today.
Absolutely. Now, I know.
I want to make sure we say goodbye to all our fans out there in the land watching us on YouTube on our live feed. We hope you've enjoyed us bringing these 2 days of live feeds to you, and get ready for more as we get ready for our finals at Shadyside Dragway, November the 1st.